Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? Hey, L2 Swift. How's it going? Hey, Ahmed. Caprelli says, still hot. Oh, hopefully that has to do with like your feelings of, self-worth and accomplishment rather than the actual weather, but I know you're probably talking about the weather. Hey, Chris. Hey, Lalo. Hey, Mavi. Hey, Hassler. Carly says, ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both? Yes, indeed. Absolutely. That is a valid answer. All right, folks, we're going to get started momentarily. The timer is counting down. It's going to be a really fun project today. Hope y'all are looking forward to it. All right. Hey there, everybody. How's it going? So, today we are going to be building Jeopardy. Yes. Hey, Genpo. How's it going? Yeah, so Jeopardy today using the fantastic JService API, which is a massive repository of almost 250,000 Jeopardy clues from actual Jeopardy games. So I'm pretty stoked. I just realized there's one little setup thing I have to do first, just on my stream tools here. Give me 1 second. Well, two things actually. One thing I need to do is turn on closed captions because I can never remember to do that. So we'll give folks a few minutes to get in here while I do my setup. Hey, Chris. Yeah, my weekend is going well. I hope yours is. I just realized I need to update my project command with today's repo. I didn't do that. So give me one moment to do that. Speaking of which, the repo for today, hey, engineer, good to see you. The repo for today is right here. Let me just configure my command and then you'll be able to trigger it in chat if you needed it. Hang on. All right. Theoretically, it should be available now. So exclamation point project should get you the repo for today. Hey, Kasava. And also closed caption should also be turned on now if you want or need those. All right, I'm just going to test the command. There you go. Okay, so that's today's repo. And so what are we doing today? Well, today we are building Jeopardy using a combination of Vite and React. And if you've never used Vite before, that's totally fine. It's extremely easy to set up. It's just another way of setting up and bundling a React project. So Mavi says opens VS Code so dusty. Oh, Mavi, if you haven't used VS Code in a while, I think this should be a fairly gentle project to get us going. The nice thing about React is that it's really suited for stuff like this. And if you think about the way a Jeopardy board is laid out, using React for something like this actually makes a lot of sense. And also, we were talking about Vite. Vite is a wonderful bundler. It's a fairly new tool, and it works great for React projects. And a lot of the times when I'm using Create React app to build projects here on stream, folks are coming into chat and being like, "Why aren't you using Vite?" And that's really just because I like to switch between tools. I don't ever like to get too dependent on one particular tool because honestly, you never know when the rug is going to get pulled out from under you and you're not going to be able to use that tool anymore. And so if you don't know how to use anything else, then you're screwed, right? But Vite is truly a great tool and I really do like it. I think in my last stream, I even said, okay, for our next project, we're going to use Vite. And so I'm upholding that today. Hey, Ilfrus. Anshul says, "Hey, hello. Have you been away from Twitch, or have I been missing streams?" So I've been a little on and off lately. Last weekend, I was actually doing a live presentation at a 100 Devs meetup in Columbus, Ohio. So yeah, I still did my basically my usual stream. I just did it live in front of some wonderful 100 devs folks who joined me in Columbus. So yeah, after that, I honestly didn't feel like doing a stream the very next day um, when I came home. So yeah, it just I did stream yesterday, but it was a live stream, what we like to traditionally call a presentation or a conference talk. So that was super fun. I had a great time. My Vite stinks. So good luck. Hassler says, last weekend you had a meeting with some dev folks. Can you tell us a bit about it if you really do not mind? Yeah, absolutely. So, some wonderful folks over in Columbus, Ohio, took it upon themselves to arrange a 100 Devs meetup. I happened to read about it and I thought it sounded fun. It was in Dublin, Ohio, which is right next to Columbus. And it was within a semi reasonable distance for me to get there. So, I decided to go, and yeah, it was great. It was at a nice business called Leading Edge, and there was just a series of presenters that gave talks, um, and I was one of those presenters. And so we had some wonderful folks. A lot of it was pretty focused on things like artificial intelligence, generative language models, chat gpt, that kind of thing, because that's the new hotness. But I gave my talk on a topic that is never going to get old: databases, baby. Yes. And how to choose the appropriate database for your project, or I should say the appropriate database model for your project. So should you use something like mongodb? Should you use a relational database like sql database? Should you use something even crazier like a graph database? What is the going to be the right fit for your project? And so that was what my talk was about. Yeah, it was really a lot of fun. And then the next day I stayed in Columbus for a little while longer and I went to the zoo. So yeah, I had a really fun time at the zoo and then I came home. Yep. That was a fun talk. Got to meet some folks that I'd only ever really seen on Twitter before. Um, and yeah, I had a great time, had a great talk. Yeah, really enjoyed it. I hope they do it again next year. And I know there's various, 100 devs meetups around the country, but a lot of the ones that I've seen, are in, California and on the East Coast and that type of thing. And it's just not feasible for me to get there. So I was really happy to see a Midwest meetup, and I hope that Leon, is able to stop in our flyover states at some point and maybe attend a Midwest meetup. That would be great. He's kind of a coast to coast type of guy. Yeah, it was cool. Oakley is. Yep. Yeah, but yeah, it was a fun presentation. I would be happy to give the same presentation here on stream sometime if y'all want me to. If you're interested about database models, building data intensive applications, that kind of thing, I could do that kind of talk. I don't normally just like to stand up, on stream here and just talk through slides and that kind of thing. But I mean, if y'all are interested, I could do it. But normally I like to do projects on stream. But hey, that's up to you all.
Drosry by just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Faraz. And I also wanted to say thank you for Chili Con Carnero one. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. They subscribed 3 days ago when I was off stream, but I check those things. I watch. So I got you, Chili Con Carnero. I see you. Thank you. Oakley says, "Is your talk online?" No, it wasn't recorded. Folks took a few pictures and put it up on Twitter, but it wasn't. No, it wasn't recorded. It was a very informal back and forth type Q&A kind of a thing. Hey, Charlie Gunther, it's good to see you again. Yeah, relearn React. Absolutely. This should be a pretty fun project for that today. We're going to be practicing things like nesting components. We're going to be practicing things like working with APIs. We're going to be practicing passing props into components and also using state to control our app's behavior. So we're going to be hitting like all the big React, greatest hits type things today. So should be pretty good. Um, all right, so let's go ahead and get started. If anybody has any questions at any point, feel free to ask. It's not just me talking at you. Feel free to ask. We're going to be kind of going through things together. You can feel free to build along with us if you want. The finished repo is available by typing !project. in chat if you want to see the finished repo, kind of what we're going to be doing today. Otherwise, let's go ahead and get started. So again, what we're going to be using today to kind of jumpstart our React template is something called Vite. And if you're familiar at all with building React apps, you're probably familiar with Create React App, which is what we normally use, when we're firing up a React app. However, kind of the new popular tool is Vite. And it has a lot of advantages, especially when you start getting into bigger projects and projects that you're trying to like release to production. It comes with a lot of handy defaults. It comes with better bundling at scale when you've got a lot of components. There's a lot of advantages to it, and you can read about those advantages on the Vite website. So it's just vitejs.dev. Not that we have to use Vite for this project. When do we ever have to do anything, right? Not that we have to use Vite for this particular project, but like I said before, I think it's important to get to know the tools that are popular, the tools that are well liked within the community. And so that's why we're going to use Vite today, because it is a good tool and we should know how to use it. And so, yeah, you can read about it if you want. You can even view the code on GitHub. It's an open source project, which is always lovely. We love open source. And so we're just going to get started here by clicking on Get Started. So they give you a little overview, especially how to pronounce it. That's very important. It's pronounced like Vite, not Vite. So it's like, it means quick. And you might think of Vite like alive, but it's Vite. So if you scroll down a little bit on this page, they tell you how to start your first Vite project. And it's very simple to do. Similar to Create React App, all you need to do is say npm create Vite at latest. So I'm literally just going to copy this. And if you use something like yarn or pnpm or something else, you can use those commands as well. They're slightly different. And also if you're using additional, templates like Vue or things like that, you can, set up those as well. We're not going to be doing that today. We're going to keep things easy peasy. So over here in my VS Code window, I've already created a folder where this project is going to go. I can zoom in a little here. Whoopsie. Hang on. There we go. I've already created a place where this is going to go. So I'm going to paste in that command and then hit enter. And the first thing it's going to ask, Mommy says, yes, I speak French. Can pronounce Vite. That helps. So it's going to just ask a series of questions, kind of like when you first start up, when you do NPM and init, like it asks you a series of questions, except these ones you can't skip. You actually have to answer these. But it really holds your hand and walks you through how to do this setup. So the first thing it asks is for a project name. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to call it just React Jeopardy demo, because I already have a project called React Jeopardy. That's what's in the repo. So this is what I'm calling mine today. And then you just hit enter. And then package name, you don't have to fill this in. You can just hit enter, because it doesn't really matter in our case. And then the next thing it asks is for you to select a framework. And this shows you all the different frameworks that you could potentially use with Vite. Now, in our case, we're going to be using React, but if you know other things like Svelte or Vue, you could absolutely do that too. You could even create a vanilla JavaScript project. So if you wanted to build a vanilla JavaScript project on top of Vite, you absolutely could. But in our case, we're going to be using React. So use the arrow keys up and down to scroll through the options, and then hit enter to select. So React. And then here is where you can choose what type of variant you want to use. So if you were wanting to build a TypeScript project, you absolutely could. We're just going to do vanilla JavaScript for this particular project. Again, you can choose, you can read up on the other options on the Vite website if you would like to. Okay, and just like that, did you see how quickly that went? It was maybe a second. You remember how long Create React App takes to create an application? Look at that. It generated everything. Everything's populated. All the files are there. It took maybe 1 second to generate our React app for us. And it gave us so many options and configurations to potentially choose from. So it just says done, and then it says now run. Well, we have to, just like with create React app, we have to cd into the directory, right? And then npm install, and then npm run dev. So it tells us exactly what to do. We just need to do these three things. So cd. So I'm going to cd into my directory. I'm in here now. You can do npm install or npm I, either way. We're going to be using React today. Kosovo, we're going to be using React today. So you want to choose the React option. If I went a little quick there, I apologize. I can scroll back up. So here it's telling us what we chose, and so these are the things that we chose. Yeah. So our framework is going to be React, and then our variant is just JavaScript. We're not using TypeScript today. Okay. So npm I, it's going to install all of our packages, just like Create React App does, right? No differences there. And then the last thing we want to do just to test it is npm run dev. Okay, and it spins up a localhost server for us, and it starts it running. So our localhost, my localhost server is 5174. Yours may be different. All you need to do to visit it is just control click within your terminal, and there we go. So our server is running. We can tell it's working. You can, and also too, you can click on this little counter here and make it count up, which I think is just fun. But all this counter is for is it's showing us that it's just using state to increment this counter. So it's really just showing that yes, this is running React under the hood, and you can tell by the fact that it's using a counter and using state to store the value. So that's all that's for. So that's running perfect. So yeah, we have the basic structure, everything we're going to need for our project pretty much here. We're going to add a couple things, we're going to delete a couple things, but really this is going to be our overall structure. It's alive. Yes, it is. Yeah, and it's pretty darn easy. So again, this is why Vite. This is why Vite is nice, because it lets you, it gives you a high level of customization, right? If I was using TypeScript, I could just choose TypeScript. If I was using something like Svelte or Vue, I could choose that, and it would configure the project just with a snap of the fingers for me, really. So, what are we actually building today? We should probably look at that, right? What are we actually building today? Well, we are building Jeopardy. Engineer Moore says, that's wild. It is. I love it. It's nice. So, what are we building today? We are building Jeopardy. And I'm sure, is there anybody in chat who's not familiar with Jeopardy? What I mean when I say that. Feel free to say so if you don't know what Jeopardy is. It's not, there's no, a lack of knowledge is nothing, there's nothing wrong with you. It just means that there's certain things that some people aren't exposed to. Dr. Moto says my lab mate was a Jeopardy champion. They won Jeopardy. Wow. So okay, so we've got a question there. What is Jeopardy? That's perfectly fine. Yeah. So Jeopardy is a game show. It's very popular in the U.S. It's been around for a very long time. I would say like probably 40 or 50 years at this point. It's one of the longest running game shows in the United States. I believe it also has variants in other countries as well. And the basic premise is that there's three competitors, and they're given a game board that looks pretty much like this. The game board has categories at the top, so just like this, and they're usually pun related categories, like they're supposed to kind of hint at what the questions are going to be about, but it may not be very clear. Started in 1964. Yeah, so there you go. So let's see, 64. So yeah, 60 years old. Wow, older than I thought. Okay, that's awesome. It's almost as old as it's a little older than Star Trek, um, which I have been thinking about a lot lately. But anyway, so yeah, at the top of the game board, MK Beast, thank you for the sub. My goodness. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Wow. Thank you, MKE. I very much appreciate the sub. So at the top, we've got all of our categories up here. And then all the competitors see is just basically a list of dollar values, just like this. So their goal, how you win the game, is you end the game with the most money, right? So that's you just whoever gets the most money wins, and they get the money. So you can choose from a list of dollar values, but behind each dollar value is a question, and the higher the dollar value, the harder the question, right? So you could pick an easy one and get a little money, or you could pick a hard one and maybe get it wrong and not get any money at all. And if you get the question wrong, you pick the question, you get it wrong, the other contestants have a chance to answer and get that money instead. So it's a competition, money-based competition. So let's choose classic cinema quotes. Yes, that's right. I was going to explain that once we click on it, because it's a little unclear if you, yeah. So let's look at that. Let's look at what does engineer more mean by that. So if I click classic cinema quotes, and that's kind of small, but if I zoom in on this a little bit, what you see is 1950. I am big. It's the pictures that got small. So essentially, what it displays is the answer. So it's displaying the answer to the question, and then you have to give the question in the form of a question. So to answer this one, I would say, what is Sunset Boulevard? Exactly. As Mavi said, what is Sunset Boulevard? Which is a fantastic movie, by the way. If you've not seen it, you need to see Sunset Boulevard. It's very good. So, did I get it right? Well, I'm going to click again. Hey, I did. I got it right. So I would get $200. If I didn't get it right, if I didn't answer quick enough, or if I got it wrong, one of the other contestants would get $200. All right, and then I click again and I can make the question disappear. And so the same thing, basically, the contestants work through all of the questions on the board until there's no more questions left, and then they do a second round. So it's a 2-round thing. A second round happens, and new categories are created, and then finally, at the end of those 2 rounds, there's what's called a final Jeopardy, which is a really hard question, and contestants can wager. It's like gambling. They can wager some of the money they've won so far. And then they have like 30 seconds or 60 seconds to come up with the answer to that question. If they get it right, they get the money, like, or they win their wager, right? They get their bet, whatever they bet, they get that money. If they lose, then they lose that bet. That money is gone. And then in the end, the person with the most money wins. MK Beast, what? I finally landed a full time software development job after 8 months of interviewing. That's rad. Good job. Way to go, MK Beast. You work for your state university. Hey, yeah, I work for a state university as well. I think you're really going to like it. Universities are a great place to work. They're so chill. It is so, I don't know. My work life balance has never been better. Congratulations. Hey, Faf, and good to see you. Hassler says, "Is it really testing your general knowledge? If I got it right, um, it is." So Jeopardy tests a variety of categories. There's thousands and thousands of categories. Some of them are very esoteric, such as Shakespeare or like classic literary works. Some of them are puns. Some of them are pop culture stuff like songs and TV shows. It really tests. It's supposed to test a wide variety of categories, and that's what makes it fun because you never know what you're going to get. So you could play it with someone who has a encyclopedic knowledge of pop culture, but doesn't know anything about Shakespeare, or and they would have just as good of a chance of winning as somebody who's a Shakespeare scholar. It's all over the place. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, once again, congratulations, Beast. That's awesome. I love hearing about folks who got jobs. That's so cool, and a university job too. You're gonna crush it. All right. So that's what we're doing today. And so you can kind of see some of the React functionality that we're going to be implementing here, right? Um, I click on this it reveals a question, but the rest of the board stays the same, right? So if you're familiar with React, that's kind of how React behaves, right? It only changes what it needs to, um, given how you interact with the interface. So every time I click on something, we don't have to reload the whole board, right? We only re-render what needs to be re-rendered. Ooh, I bet somebody knows this one. Before he was the voice of Winnie the Pooh, Sterling Holloway was perfect as this Alice in Wonderland kitty. That's an easy one for $600. That's an easy one. Hey, Copper Lou says, "What is the Cheshire Cat?" You're absolutely right. Yep. And so this is what we're going to be building today. But I didn't code all these clues myself. That would suck. Fortunately, somebody else went through that arduous task and coded all the clues themselves, and they built an API out of it, which I love this API. It's fantastic. We're going to be using the JService API today to build this. So one person, and I did tag them on Twitter. Give them a follow on Twitter. They don't have very many followers right now. They're let's see what they're Sultan AD. That's their Twitter handle. I just put it in. That's their handle. They built this, and so show them some love on Twitter. But basically, what this is it's almost 250,000 Jeopardy questions that actually were aired on TV at some point, and it has stuff like the value of the clue in dollars, the category ID, when it was aired, um, final Jeopardy questions, all the categories, yeah, that sort of thing. And so you can see here, this is some of the information that you would get back from this API if you made a request. And this is what we're going to be using to build our Jeopardy board today. And he also tells you how to use it too. So if you want to access clues, this is how you would do it. If you want to access categories, this is how you would do it. So if we're thinking about building just a regular Jeopardy board, what are some of the things I'm going to want to pull down from this API? What are some of the things I might need? Also, if you're new to my streams, I don't just talk at you, I also ask questions. Mm-hmm. Categories? Absolutely. Yep. Categories, answers, questions, categories, dollar values. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be pulling back several things. Yep, questions. Yeah. We're going to be pulling back several things from this API. So one thing we're going to want to be smart about is not hitting the API too many times. If you saw my post on Twitter, I got wrist slapped by the API a couple times for hitting the rate limiter because I was building this game and testing stuff. And so we're going to want to be careful that we don't hit the API too much and hit the rate limiter and have it stop giving us data for an hour. So we're going to want to be smart when we make our API calls, and React is going to help us do that. Back in Balance says Final Jeopardy questions. The current version of this doesn't do Final Jeopardy, but you could certainly make a version that after 2 rounds would trigger a Final Jeopardy. That would be really fun. Nomad says, unrelated question. Do you stand while you code? I am currently standing. Yes, this is a standing desk. I think I posted it on Twitter before. It's janky as hell. But yeah, I do stand while I stream. For my day job, I do sit, but it's not good to sit all the time, so I do stand while I stream. Engineer Morris says, does the API have Final Jeopardy questions included? Yes. So right here, we can see this final thing here. That it says all Final Jeopardy questions have null value, but all you need to do is just hit the URL. So it's just jservice.io/API/final, and then you can get a count of questions that you want to return. So let's just kind of look at what this API is going to give us. So if I go to jservice.io, let's open a new tab here. I'm going to go to jservice.io/API/clues, and let's see what happens there. You can see I've been messing around with it. API/clues. Okay, so that's a lot, right? That's a big ol' array. Uh, yeah. So obviously we're going to have to narrow this down a little bit, right? We're going to have to narrow this down. We don't want to be fetching a bunch of crap back from the API that we don't need. So let's look at some of the options that the API gives us to limit the types of clues we get back. And this is a great way to, when you're working with a new API, you don't want to start building immediately. You want to start playing around with the various options that it gives you, because they usually will. They'll have some kind of instructions, and they'll have options that they can give you to narrow down your results, so you're not, pulling back too much stuff. I think we're probably going to want to limit by category, right? Because in a Jeopardy board, there's going to be 6 categories, and each of those categories is going to have a set of specific clues related to that category underneath it, right? So if I'm pulling back the clues for a specific category, I want to limit that. So the category is an integer, so it'll just be a unique ID. So what I can do here is specify the category by using a question mark. You can kind of see it's auto completing for me. So we'll just use this one. Actually, no, I want to do a smaller number. We'll do 281. And in my URL path, I just end clues with a question mark, and then I can put options after that. So category 281. And if that's too small to see, I'll drop it in chat also. Third Decade, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, Third Decade. Great to see you. All right, so I hit that. Let's see if it updated. Yeah, so category here is now 281. You can see this is still a lot, but it's less than it was. We can choose a different category here. I'll do 18. This one is much smaller, but when we limit it in this way, we're only pulling back the data that we want to get for a specific category, so it's not nearly as much as it was. Third Decade says Jeff Bezos is handing out free Prime subs. Don't waste them. Absolutely. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you have a free sub that you could give out to someone on Twitch. Doesn't have to be me. Just whoever you like on Twitch, you can sub to them for free, and then keep that sub going every month. Dr. Moto, thank you so much for the sub. And Hassler says, why not test it using Postman or Rapid API? Yes, you could absolutely use Postman. You could use Rapid API, whatever your favorite testing, doohickey is. In this case, this API is pretty simple. So I just kind of wanted to demonstrate how the options work. But yeah, so essentially it's really just jservice.io/API and then what you want to retrieve. So in our case, we're going to be focusing mostly on the categories and the clues. So if for categories, we're just going to change that URL a little bit. Whoops. API categories, and then let's look at the options there. There's a couple options. We can do count and we can do offset. And in our case, we're going to be using both of those because the Jeopardy board only has 6 categories, right? So I'm going to use count, question mark, count equals 6. So we can do that. Oops. I could get it wrong. Oh, I put API in there twice. That's my bad. Okay. I could get 6 categories, which is a good start. If we look at those, fantastic. But let's say that I've actually finished this application and I play one game. What my categories are: gardens, Egypt, geography, automobiles, silly songs, current events. Okay, great. I finished the game. Now I want to start a new game with new categories. But if I just make another API call with a count of 6, I'm going to do that right now. I get the same thing, right? So what can I do? How do I get new categories? What do I do? How do I get unlimited Jeopardy? What do I do? Well, I can look at what options were given. So Nomad Kin says math.random on ID. You're close. But let's look at the actual options that were given. So, and my second option here is an offset. It offsets the starting ID of the categories returned. So, based on what Nomad King said, what do you think we ought to do? Yeah, we're going to do a random offset on each API call. So we're going to get 6 categories every single time, but we're going to add a second option here. I'm going to do question mark offset, and I'm just going to pick a number 45. Oops, I get an internal server error. Hang on, I think I did that wrong. Offsets the. Oh, sorry, it's not a question mark. It's an ampersand. I apologize. We'll see this when we build the app. I'll show you the URL when we build the app. But it's an ampersand, and then you can see when I hit enter, I get a different set of categories. And if I were to do it again, 56, I get another different set of categories. And so that's how we do it. Exactly as Charlie Gunther said and Nomad King said, we're going to just generate random numbers to randomize that offset every single time. And there's a ridiculous number of categories. There's something like, I forget what the top count is, but it's like over 200,000 on categories. And so we will have no shortage of categories to choose from. Okay? So these are the kind of URLs that we're going to be using when we do our fetch requests up to the API to grab our first our categories, and then the clues that have matching IDs for each category. Fafin says it's an index. Could we request 5 random numbers? Technically, you could. You could do 5 separate calls to the API to get a specific like clue or a specific category. But again, you got to think about rate limits, how many times you're hitting that API. Because remember, we not only have to hit this API for the categories, then we have to hit it again 6 more times to get the clues that match each category. So yeah, you could absolutely make 6 separate requests and get completely random categories, but I don't think you want to because you're going to be hitting the API way more times that way, and it's not going to like it. A lot of APIs won't like it if you do that kind of thing. If you hit it a bunch of times in quick succession, you're going to get locked out, just because it's too much traffic for them to handle, especially smaller APIs like this one that are created by one dude. So we're going to try to be respectful of this one dude's API. Tamara026, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Tamara. Mommy says you only get one game, then the API comes to your house with a shovel. Yeah, pretty much. I kind of felt like that when I was building this. I got locked out so many times because I kept hitting the rate limiter. I actually apologized on Twitter. I was like, sorry. Yeah. But anyway, that's one thing, fully randomized categories would be great. But again, you have to think about, you have to strategize a little bit in how you're hitting these types of APIs. And there's so many categories in here that you would have to play a lot to see any repeats. So I think we'll be okay. All right, so that's kind of how we're going to do this. Any questions on this API before we actually go in and start building stuff? It does say production use is at your own risk, but this is just a fun little project, so we'll be all right. And if you decide to build something, a production app out of this, you can contact the developer directly and work out some kind of a agreement with them about increasing the rate limit. So if you want to turn this professional, you absolutely could. You would just need to ask them first. All right. So let's go ahead and get going, shall we? Pull this back over here. Hey, Corky. They say, could you just build your own API? Yes, you absolutely could. We've done that here on stream a couple times. We've built our own APIs. Actually, we've done it a ton of times, building our own APIs, hosting our own data in our own database. That's what we do most of the time. Actually, we don't normally work with existing APIs because building your own API is fun. But this existing API is more fun. So if you want to build your own Jeopardy API, Quirky, you absolutely could. Just know that it's it's a hard task to do, especially for something like this. Um, in my opinion, if you want to access a treasure trove of data, existing data like this, you should always look for an existing API first, and then build your own in the last resort if you absolutely have to. But yeah, for something like this, I'm absolutely using an existing API. But yeah, building your own API is super fun. All right, let's look at what Vite has given us here as far as starter code and starter files. And we're going to do just a little bit of cleanup like we usually do. If we use create React app, we'd have to do this too, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to kill my server here. We don't need to have this running right now while we're cleaning stuff up. So I'm just going to do Control C, and I'm going to stop the server for now. And we're going to delete this SVG file here. Make this bigger. Delete this. And then we're going to go in here and clean up our app.jsx a little bit. And it's going to, actually, we're going to get rid of most of this. So for now, I'm going to get rid of all these import statements. I'm also going to completely clear out this entire function for now. And it's gonna give you all sorts of red scary things, but we're gonna populate this again. Don't worry. We're just kind of setting things back to the beginning. And actually, I cleared out the wrong import statement, so I'm gonna just write this again. Import React from React. There we go. So now for starters, this is all we need. So I'll save that. And we can also get rid of app.css. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that. You don't have to, but it's just not going to be used. So I'm going to get rid of it. So app.jsx is cleaned up now. And then index.css, see, we can leave that alone. We don't really need to touch that. And then main.jsx, we're going to make one very important change here in main.jsx. So I'm going to get rid of this tag right here that says React strict mode, okay? So I'm just going to get rid of that wrapper tag, and we're just going to have it render the app. Now, does anybody remember what React strict mode does or what it's for? Either way. React strict mode. Pastor says they're going to be using Axios or the normal fetch. We're just going to use fetch for this. But does anybody remember what strict mode is? What it's for, what it does? Feel free to Google it. I won't know that you're Googling. Hassler says catch errors. Yeah, I can help with that. Absolutely. Hey, I don't know if you're Googling stuff. You can impress me. I don't care. I'll just think you're super awesome if you know the answer. I'll think you're super awesome if you don't know the answer too. Like that's not gonna, affect my judgment of you at all. All right, so I'll tell you. So React strict mode, Hassler is correct. It does help with error catching, which is why it's in there by default. Essentially, but what it does is yes, exactly, Copper Lily. Yeah. So what it does is when you're in dev mode, so not in production, but in like development mode, when you do npm run dev, it actually renders your app super quickly twice. Boom, boom, like that. And what that does is it helps try to catch any issues where your app might render one way once and then a different way a second time. So it looks at those and sees if there's any conflicts in, did it render one way one time and one way another time? Because an app should always have a static starting point, right? When the user opens the app for the first time, it should display what you want to display and nothing different. It shouldn't display different ways for different people unless you want it to. But for the same person accessing the app in the same place at the same time, it should always show the same thing when they first open it, right? But when you start getting into things like state, it's possible that you could have a problem with your state where it triggers the app a different way for no particular reason. And so that's what strict mode does, is it renders it really quickly, twice in quick succession, and it makes sure that it renders the same way both times. However, the reason I'm getting rid of strict mode here is because it was, with as many times as we're hitting this API, use effect was firing twice, and it was fetching too much back from the API, making too many calls. So I just got rid of that. There's probably a cleaner way to do it, but this works too. Avoiding the shovel. Yeah, exactly. I was avoiding the owner of the API coming to my house with a shovel and hitting me with the shovel. Yes, exactly. So that's why I got rid of strict mode. It works just fine without it. It's strict mode is really just an extra error handling checker. Um, okay, so we've cleaned that up. I think we're about done here. Everything else we can leave alone. Um, yeah, that was really the only cleanup we needed to do. Not a lot. And now we can actually start kind of building out our application a little bit. All right. Last thing here, just if you're not super familiar with React, I do want to take a quick peek here inside of our index.html. We're not going to change anything here. But I do want to show you kind of how React works. So if you look inside of our HTML, you'll notice that there's nothing here. And well, there's not a lot here, right? There's only the regular head stuff in the head, which I can minimize here. And then in the body, there's only two things. There's a div called root, and then there's just our script file, which accesses our JavaScript. So pretty standard. And we're actually not going to add anything else in here because we don't need to. What React does is it essentially hooks into this root div and renders literally everything inside of it. So it's kind of like it's almost like a payload or whatever. It's like one of those little pop up, like one of those pop up birthday cards that somebody sends you, right? It's in a little envelope and all through the mail, and then as soon as you open it up, like that, then the whole thing pops out and it plays a little song or whatever. And that's kind of how React works, is it's just going to hook itself into this root div, and then once it gets into the browser, it's going to render out into your entire app. Yeah, you can change the title if you want, absolutely. So you could change this to say like React Jeopardy or whatever. I'll probably change it to demo Jeopardy so I can see it in Chrome more easily. I'll change that. But yeah, so that's how React works. And so what it does is it hooks onto this root div and it renders everything out in the browser. So real quick, inside of our main.jsx, you'll see that that's exactly what it's doing. The React DOM is creating a root inside of our HTML file, get element by ID, looking for the div called root, right? And then rendering our app inside of that root. So this like entire statement right here describes everything that's happening when React meets the browser. It looks for a div called root, and inside of it, it renders our entire app. Pretty straightforward, right? Yeah. All right, so we've got the basic building blocks. Now we can start building it out. Any questions before we get started? Again, feel free to ask at any time. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to think about how we want to build our app. So in order to do that, the best way that I like to do it is thinking about our app, kind of diagramming the app and thinking about how we want to break it apart into individual chunks, because React works in something called, hey, Issy, good to see you. React works in something called components. And what components are basically kind of self-contained modules that we can self-contained self-contained user interface elements. So pieces of the user interface that the user interacts with in your app that you can deploy in various places throughout the user interface as many times as you need to, over and over. And when they interact with that component, it should produce a result, a change of some kind, whether it's entering data or updating the UI, logging somebody in, playing a video, anything like that. Components are generally supposed to be self contained. So the things inside of a component are going to kind of meet a specific purpose. And so if we think about our Jeopardy board here, can anybody identify what might be considered a component? Actually, what I'm going to do here, I'm gonna get super fancy with this. Y'all are going to be amazed. I'm going to take I'm going to take a screenshot of it, and I'm going to draw on it as we identify things that could be components. I know, crazy, right? So, what can we identify? What are things that might be good as a component? Yeah, right. Each box, each question box, exactly. Those are definitely going to be a component. So I'm going to do this. Oh yeah, behold my skills. So those are components, right? And so each of these boxes can be the same component repeated as many times as we need to, right? Each, even if they have different values in them, that doesn't matter. That's our component is going to be able to handle that. So each of these boxes is going to be a component repeated over and over and over and over and over again. Navi says the question cards, the category titles. Yeah, so pretty close. Um, so if we think about how we're retrieving data from the API, that might help a little bit, right? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to retrieve all the category data. Awesome. But then underneath each category, we're going to have to loop through the clues and assign each one into a clue tile. So into a clue component. We're going to have to loop through for each category. We're going to have to loop through vertically and assign clues behind each dollar value. So I'm seeing kind of a looping, repetitive motion here, maybe. So what about if I should have changed my color here? What about if each category column was also a component? So inside of each of these, we're going to start out with a title, but then below that, we're going to loop through as many times as we need to and assign multiple clue tiles within that category column, right? So I'm seeing a component here for each tile, and then I'm seeing a larger component which holds tiles in a vertical column fashion. And then we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those components inside of what? Haster says, can we use Tailwind? Um, yes, you can use Tailwind if you want. There's nothing, yeah, absolutely, you can. We're going to use vanilla CSS today. I don't want to throw too much at folks just all at once. But yeah, you can definitely use Tailwind if you want to. So we have a small component inside of this category component. And then inside of what? This is not a trick question. What are all these things inside of? We have our tile inside of, yes, the board. There you go. So our largest component is going to just be the game board. I don't like brown. Hang on. Green. There we go. Never Legend says, you're doing Leon's course. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, this is outside of Leon's course. This is not a strict thing, but I am a community streamer with 100 devs. So yeah, we're using the kind of the concepts we picked up in 100 devs to do something cool with React. So yeah, good to have you here. But yeah, our largest component is just going to be the whole game board. So you can kind of see how these components are going to nest together, right? Inside of each category, we have multiple tiles. Each of these are going to be, a component, right? Just repeated over and over again. And then, Never Legend, thank you for the
Never
follow.
Legend just followed.
Thank you. Um, So each of these are going to be a component, and then each of our categories is going to be a component, each of those vertical columns, and then inside of a big old board component. All right? Exactly. As Kosova says, board, category, tile. Yep. Engineer says, did you go through RC? No, I didn't. I went through 100 devs, but I didn't go through RC. RC is Resilient Coders, which is the uh, organization that does in-person classes for teaching folks how to code. That Leon's involved with and a teacher for. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. We can always come back to this later if we need to. And my fantastic, I know you're all impressed with my artistry, but you know, I will be selling this for $500 later, so feel free to place your bids. No, I'm kidding. I know I'm fantastic at drawing. All right, so that's kind of how we're going to put our game board together. Oh, Never Legend, you did go through RC. That's rad. Yeah, I've heard it's super intense. That's no small feat to do that. Let's see, get this right. All right. That's awesome, Never Legend. That's a hard course. Okay, so with that in mind, let's build out our components. So for each component, we're going to create a new file. And in each of those files is where we're going to put the code for that component. We're going to, and then we can export the components and essentially reference them as many times as we need to. So first off, I'm going to build out my largest component, which is the board. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just create all the files first, and we'll populate them later because we're almost ready for our first break. So I don't want to get too crazy. All right. So at the same level as my app.jsx, I can just go ahead and create a new file, and I'm going to call that board.jsx. You're going to want to capitalize that, board.jsx, and then I'm also going to create category.jsx and clue.jsx. And you might be going, oh my goodness, what is JSX? What is this, sorcery, wizardry? What, is this a completely different language? No, it's not. It's JavaScript that you know and love. Except you'll see as we start building this out, you'll see how it adds a few more features that vanilla JavaScript doesn't have. However, if you wanted to, you could also label these files as just, app.js or whatever and fill them with JSX and it would still work. It's not a big, separate thing. It's more of just like a dialect of JavaScript. Engineer says, so we are creating the files for each component? Yes, that's correct. You'll see why. You might be like, why can't we just put them all in the same file? Well, the way React works is essentially you build out each component as a self-contained unit, kind of like we talked about, right? Each component is a unit into itself, and it can reference other components if it needs to, but each component should be self-contained. So we put them each in separate files, and then we export those components from those files so we can reference them anywhere else in the app. And we'll see this once we start building it out a little bit more. No Man says JSX is Elon Musk's JavaScript. No, it's Mark Zuckerberg's. Facebook built React, right? Am I right? It is. It was the Zuck, right? Because I thought React was created by Facebook originally, or Meta, whatever. Yeah, Meta. Okay. Fake suck. Yeah, so Meta or Facebook, whatever, originally did create React, but it's used everywhere now. It's not a proprietary software. Zuckscript. Yeah. All right. So we've created our individual files for each of our components. And inside of that is where we're going to build our stuff. We're also going to be creating CSS files for these later on. But for now, let's just build the components. All right. Now, what I can do is in app.jsx, I really want to get rid of this error. And the reason why it's giving us this error is because my return statement is empty. So I have a function here and it's not returning anything. And if you know JavaScript, you know that's a no-no, right? You're not allowed to, have a return statement and just be like, well, I guess you technically can, but in React you can't. So inside of this return statement, what we generally return is essentially what we want to display. So in React, if you see a return statement, inside of that return statement, you'll see the UI elements that you want to display to the user. And so inside of my overall app, this is my largest bucket. When somebody first opens the app, what do I want to show them? So out of your choices are, I'll give you some choices. Your choices are the board, the category, or clue. When somebody first opens the app, what do I want to show them? I want to show them the board. Exactly. So all I need to do is simply reference my board component. And the first thing I want to do there is I'm just going to import that component so I can reference it. Import board from my board. Oops, dot board, sorry. Yep, import board. Oh, come on. Import board from board eventually. There we go. And then just say board. It's actually not going to cooperate with me right now. That's all right. All right, so when somebody opens the app, it's going to render the board, and inside of the board, we're going to be referencing the categories and the clue components, and it's literally a nesting. It's like a tree. If you call upon the largest component, and then that component calls upon any components it needs underneath it. So it's going to call on 6 categories, and each category is going to call on 5 clues. Okay, so this is just the start. We can go ahead and save this. And it is time for a break. So this is a great time to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to start building out the board. We're going to build our API calls, and we're going to start building out our fetches, get some data back from the API, learn about cores. If you know what cores is, we're going to have to deal with that. And yeah, and then build out our categories, get data back, and then build out our clues. All right. Any questions before we go on break? We do like to take a break at the top of each hour, just for 5 minutes, not for very long, but long enough for folks to use the restroom or get a glass of water or whatever they need. In my case, I need more water. All right, not seeing any questions. Feel free to ask in chat if you think of something, and I'll answer it when we get back, okay? All right, 5 minutes on the clock. Once again, exclamation point project if you want to see the finished repo and what we're building today. All right, see you back here in 5.
Milita underscore just followed.
Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. Hope you're well hydrated. And now during the breaks, since I'm standing while I do this, I normally go and sit down for a few minutes and then go do anything else I need to do. So if you've been sitting this entire time, please do get up if you're able. Get up, stretch, you know, wiggle your arms around. I hope everybody's had a fun weekend so far. I've been having fun. I've been watching a lot of Star Trek, which is always fun for me. I don't know if there's any other Star Trek fans out there. Been catching up with Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks because Strange New World season's about to end and Lower Decks is starting up like September. So Star Trek fans are eating good right now. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer. RDT says addicted to Baldur's Gate 3. Hey Dre Moto. Good to see you. Engineer says, oh yeah, I'm waiting for Strange World to finish so I can binge it. Oh yeah, this Thursday is the finale. I'm pumped. Oh, so good. I love it so much. It makes me happy. Oh yeah, Will Wheaton is fantastic. He's a great dude. Hey Dre, hope you're doing well. Happy August. Yeah, I'm doing great. I hope you are as well. I was just talking about how much fun I was having watching Star Trek. Um, yeah, catching up on everything. Okay. Um, so before the break, I got to turn on my webcam. Sorry. Before the break, we essentially just set up our largest component, which is our app component, and we set it up to as soon as the user opens the app, what it should show us is the board. Right? We need to see the game board as our largest component. As you can see from my beautiful artistry master of artistry. Essentially, our largest component is the board, followed by the category column, and then each individual tile itself is also a component. So the clues are also a component. Yeah, nuns in chat. Dre Moto says, I'm watching Big Bang Theory and Will Wheaton appears in it a lot, being Sheldon's enemy. Yeah, that's the reason why he's in so many of those sci-fi type shows is he was on Star Trek The Next Generation in the 80s as a kid, as a major character. And so he's pretty much lived that life ever since. And he's a really cool guy. He didn't, crash and burn like so many child stars. So I'm proud of him. Yeah. Okay. So set up our board. So now let's go and take a look at our board component, what we have to do to set that up. The Wesley Crushers. Yeah. Alrighty. So for a React component, there's a few basics that we need. So the first basic thing that we need is just React. So we're going to have to import React, and that auto completes for us, which is nice. And we're also going to want to import our category component because remember, our board is going to call any of the other nested components that it needs. So our board needs to have 6 categories, right? So it's going to call category 6 times. So we need to import category as well. Category. That'll be from our category file. Yep, import category from category. And eventually we're going to have some CSS for this, but for now, we're not going to worry about it. So now we can set up our board component. Every React component has a basic structure, which you'll start to become familiar with. Essentially, it looks just like a JavaScript function. There's really not a lot different here. What's something that you notice that's different about this function, maybe than a standard JavaScript function? What can you see just from what I've done so far? Yeah, we got some capitalization going on here, right? Yeah, it looks a little bit like a constructor, right? It does, yeah. But when we're working in React, React is going to read an uppercase value like this as a component, as one of those modular pieces of the UI that we can use. Because you can also have regular JavaScript functions in React. There's nothing wrong with that. It's literally just JavaScript with sprinkles on top. And so you can have regular functions, but what calls it out as a component is that capital letter. Yep, exactly. The same thing when we build the tags as well. You can have regular HTML tags in React, but then you can have components identified by them being capital letters. So capitals are important. All right, and then every single React component is going to have a return statement as well, which is where we're going to return the visual elements that we want to display inside of our board. So we'll get there. Thank you for the follow.
Mama said Nato just followed.
Nomad said if you write board, it won't recognize it as component. Yeah, so the capitalization is important here. Case matters, and we'll see. I'll show you that a little bit more when we get down into the visual elements. So when we start using tags, I'll show you how it visually even looks different in VS Code, whether you capitalize or don't capitalize. And if you don't capitalize, React's not going to know that it's a component. It's going to try to render it as a tag, and you're going to get an error. So it is important. All right, now inside of our board, what we're going to want to do is essentially this is where we're going to fetch all the data that we want to retrieve from our API. So we're going to fetch both the categories and the clues. So we're going to do both. As soon as this app renders, we want to get the categories and the clues ready to go all at once. And you might say, but shouldn't we fetch the clues inside of the clues component? Not exactly. If you think about it, each clues component is going to be repeated multiple times, right? Each one of these here is going to be a clues component. And so if I put the fetch inside of the clues component, I would be hitting the API 24 times. I don't want to do that. I only want to hit it twice. I only want to hit it not twice, but once to get the categories, and then 6 more times to get all the clues for each category. So again, we're trying to be strategic about this. So instead of hitting it 24 times, I'm only going to hit it 7 times, which is still a lot, but it's the best we can do. Cassava says, so function board is likened to board.jsx. That's why they both have to be capitalized. Yeah, we're identifying that we're building React components here with that capitalization. That tells us immediately this is a component. And you could even put these like in a components folder if you wanted, and make it even more clear. But in our case, yeah, we're using the capitalization to identify that these are components. So we're going to do all of our API fetching inside of the board, and then we're going to use a capability that React has in order to package up all that API data and pass it down into lower level components. So I can take that clues data, retrieve everything up inside of our board component, and then pass it all the way down into each clue. And that's what's called props, passing props. And we'll see how that works later on. I'm not expecting you to understand all this stuff yet. I'm just giving you an introduction, and we're going to put it all into action as we go. All right. So inside of board, I want to retrieve a list of categories from the API first. And what I want to do is essentially hold those categories, store those categories, and use them to fetch the clues. So in order to do that, I'm going to create what we call a piece of state. Categories, I can't spell. So just bear with me for a second while I do this. Use state. And I'll tell you what this is doing. Oops. There we go. All right, and then I'm going to add something to our import here, React We're going to use state and use effect. These are what are called React hooks. So these are unique capabilities that React has to do certain things. So in React, we already talked about how it only re-renders what it needs to, right? So if I click on this tile right here, this $600 tile, it's not going to reload the whole page in order to show me the question behind the tile. It's only going to re-render that one single tile, right? So how does React know what to re-render? Well, it holds information about the user interface in what's called state. So the state is literally what state is the user interface in at the moment I'm interacting with it. How does it look? What is it doing? And so pieces of state control what parts of the user interface change and when. So my first piece of state is going to be when I retrieve categories back from the API and display those out to the user. So I'm going to store those categories in what's called a state variable. In this case, just called categories. Okay, and my categories variable is going to start out as an empty array. What I'm fetching back from the API is just going to be an array of categories. So this is how you declare a state variable. It's a standard format. It looks a little weird, but that's just how you do it. Categories here is the name of the variable. Set categories is the function we're going to call in order to update it. So once I fetch data back from the API, I'm just going to call set categories and insert that data into my variable. All right, so now let's set up our fetch. And I have a comment here that I'm going to copy and paste, and we'll talk about what it means in a second. But so in order to do my fetch, I'm going to call use effect. Now, use effect is another React hook, and it's a helpful one. What use effect does is it's basically really useful for anytime you want to be talking to an outside service, like a database or an API. And what use effect does is it only runs when you tell it to. Because if you remember, React is expecting a lot of user interaction, right? People are going to be clicking on things, people are going to be entering data, clicking buttons, scrolling up and down, hovering over things. And so your user interface in a React app is going to be changing a lot. There's going to be things happening, animations, that kind of thing, users interacting with it. That's what it's for. But there's certain times when you don't want something to be running a bunch. And one of those times is API calls. As we talked about before, I don't want the owner of the API to come and hit me with a shovel. So we're going to use effect to only call the API once when the page renders, retrieve that data, hold on to it inside of our app, and store it in a state variable, and then just hold on to it and use it locally. So we only hit the API once when the app renders, and hold on to that data. So that's what use effect is going to do for us. And then inside of there, I'm just going to do essentially just a fetch, and fetch a random set of categories from essentially from our API. Okay. Now, if I'm talking to an outside service, what type of function should I use? Async, baby. Yes, async. Nomad asks, are components objects? Well, I mean, in JavaScript, technically everything is an object. These components are basically functions, but you can return objects. You can store objects in state. I mean, in JavaScript, everything is an object, so technically, yes, I guess. But yes, so if we're talking to something like an outside API, we're going to use async await because we want to wait to get that data back before we do anything else with it. So async function. We're just going to create a function here called fetch data. And inside of fetch data, we are going to do a couple things. We talked about earlier how we don't want to get the same set of categories back every single time. So we essentially want to randomize, the offset. So we fetch a different set of 6 categories every single time. So I'm going to go ahead and set my offset variable here. Now, if I want to do a random number in JavaScript, what do I use? Y'all know this. JavaScript 101, baby. Random number in JavaScript, go. Math.random, that's a great start. Math.random is great. If I want it to have a certain limitation on like the range, if I want to set a certain range for the numbers that I get back, what should I use? And then they only need to be integers. So I want to get back a range of integers. No, decimals here. They got to be integers because we're talking about IDs for categories here. So I want back a range of integers. What do I need to? I'm going to use math.random, but what else do I need? Math.floor, you got it, baby. Yes, Casa's got it. Pretty close. What we're going to do here is math.floor to make sure I get integers. And then I'm going to do math.random. So it's going to generate a random number. And I'm going to multiply that random number by the maximum value the maximum category value that I could get. And I figured this out. Y'all better be proud of me. 281.75. That's the maximum like category count that you could get back from the API. And then +1 because we're doing math.floor, and that's just, you want to make sure that you're getting the full range. So this is how you would return a random integer between 1 and 28.175, and that'll retrieve an integer for you. So I hope you enjoyed that JavaScript 101 quiz. I do that occasionally. All right, and that's going to be our offset value that we're going to pass in on our URL. All right. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to fetch the categories from the API. All right, so const category URL and category URL is going to be essentially our URL, and then with all of the options that we needed to pass in before, right? Nomad says, so cool when you do inception of functions. Yeah, and so this use effect here is more of just like it's kind of it's a hook. It's a React hook, and inside of it is an anonymous function, and then we put our fetch inside of that. So yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, it's a function inception a little bit. Yeah. So we're gonna have our category URL here, and I'm gonna fill that out in just a second. And then after that, what we're gonna do with that data is category. So our category URL, we assign that to this variable, and then we essentially just do the fetch. So we do the fetch, await fetch, category URL, and this is when we're actually getting the data back from the API. So this is just declaring the variable, and then we await the fetch, and then we're going to want to take the data from our response, category data. We're doing another await there, and we're going to make sure it's turned into JSON. So we're just converting it to JSON here. So we get back a response, right, from our API, and then we turn it into JSON. And we'll fill in the URL in a minute. I just want to fill out this other stuff first. So after we get the categories back, then what we want to do is, now that we have the categories, we have the ID value for each category. And so like we talked about earlier when we were looking at the API, I want to make sure that the clues underneath each category match the category that's displayed up here, right? So if I clicked on presidential travels, I wouldn't want to get a question about, I don't know, Rihanna. I mean, I would, but like not, it's not, it doesn't fit the category, right? So I want to make sure that the questions under here actually match the category. And each category has an ID. And inside of the API, each clue has a category ID associated with it. So that's how you match the clues to their category. Um, so we can exploit that and do another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 calls to the API for each category ID, retrieve the clues, and that's what we're going to plug into these clue tiles. All right. So that's going to be our next fetch. So I'm going to paste another comment here just to kind of make sure that we are keeping ourselves, organized a little bit. President Rihanna. President Rihanna has a nice ring to it. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, and Hawaii says, should we also use a try catch in case there's an error during the fetch? Yes, you absolutely can do that. I didn't in this case. I probably should have done. I didn't in this case, but yes, you can absolutely add one. And then I think what we could do is we could probably wrap both of these in try catch. Because as Dota says, what try catch is going to do is essentially if there's a problem with the fetch, right, like the API hits me with a shovel, then we can handle the error gracefully rather than the app just failing. So I'll just use console log the error. All right. Yeah. So just wrap that in a quick try catch. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and fetch the clues for each category. So now that I've fetched the categories, I have their category IDs, and I'm going to hit the API again and ask for the specific clues by ID. So const categories with clues is going to be my variable name. I'm going to do another await, right? I'm talking to the API again, but this time I need to add a little something else. I'm going to say promise.all. And what I'm going to do then is look inside of my category data. We'll talk about what that promise.all is in a second. Make this bigger. I'm going to look inside the category data that I got back from the API. I'm going to loop through it so that way I'm picking up all the category IDs, and I'm going to do a fetch for each one. Remember we talked about we need to do 6 fetches, 1 for each category. So this is important. I need to loop through all the data that I got back, grab each ID, and get the clues for each one. So that's why I'm doing a map here. We'll talk about what that promise in a sec. Async. So for each category, I'm looping through. I'm going to do a fetch. Oh yeah, for this we could do console error. That's fine. Yeah. So looping through each category, getting the ID, doing a fetch for each one. Const clue URL. Oops. Is just going to be our URL, which we'll fill in a second. And our response is actually, I'm going to copy this from up here because it's going to be the same thing essentially. We're going to fetch from the URL. Fetch from the URL, and then turn it into JSON. And so what this is going to give us is a big old array with the clue value, with the clue values for each category ID, and that's what we're going to pass in to all those clue boxes. And then finally, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to attach the clues to the category. So finally, from this function, remember this is a big old function, fetch data. What I want this function to return is an object. Remember, everything's an object in JavaScript, right? So I'm going to take my categories And inside of each category, I'm going to add all the information about the clues. Okay, now let's talk about this promise. So as I'm going through, I'm looping through the category data and doing a fresh fetch for each category, right? So I'm doing like 6 fetches there. So does anybody know what promise.all means? Has anybody used promise.all before? No? So promise.all can be kind of useful. Um, yeah, so what promise.all is doing for us here is it's essentially saying, hey, I know that you're going to be waiting on several different requests, right? We have 6 requests here, one for each category, 6 fetches. Any one of those could possibly fail. And so essentially what this is saying is, hey, wait on all of these to be done. Don't keep going just after one. Yeah, it's basically it takes a bunch of small promises and it bundles them up into a single larger promise because I don't want to populate that board until I get all the clue data back, right? I don't want somebody to open up the board and there to be only one set of clues there. Essentially, it's as Kasava said, it's taking a bunch of smaller awaits essentially, which are promises, right? Async await is promises. That's what it is. It's just a syntactic sugar. It's a different way of saying it. So it's taking all these small promises, each individual fetch, and rolling them all up into one big promise sandwich. And so this is what we're really waiting on. We're waiting on all the data to come back from all 6 fetches. That's what promise.all allows us to do. Okay? So it's different terminology here for promise, but that's what async await is it's promises. And so we're saying the same thing here. We're just doing a roll up. Mega mega promise. I like that. It's one big promise. And so that's useful when you want to do multiple fetches and you don't want to keep going until all those fetches are done. Because JavaScript's going to try to keep going. That's what JavaScript wants to do. But if we tell it this, we're like, no, pump your brakes, brother. I need a bunch of different data back, and I need it to be all come back, right? I need it all to come back before I move on. All right? And then finally, once we get all that data back, we take our categories, and inside of each category, we insert a new, essentially, key value pair with all the clue data inside of it. So we're creating a nested object here. We're creating our categories, and underneath each category, it's going to have all the clue data so that we can populate our board. All right. And then finally, once we have that whole big old object built, we're going to put it inside of our state variable. Set categories, categories with clues. So we bundle all this stuff up and we return it. And I'm actually going to add one more comment here I want to paste in. Doing here, attach the clues to the category, and then finally set put categories, I cannot spell, categories and clues inside of state variable. All right. Hey, thank you for the follow, Solomon.
Solon Knox just followed.
Okay. Now it's stored inside of our state variable and we can do whatever we want with it. All right. Finally, we've built this whole big fetch function. We just need to call it, right? We need it to run when the app renders. So that's super easy. We just call the function, oops, fetch data. We call it so it runs when the app loads. And then the last thing I need to do is finish my call to use effect and just drop an empty array in there. Essentially what you could put inside of this empty array is if, let's say that, remember use effect prevents us from doing a fetch every single time the user clicks on something. But there may be times when you want to do another fetch if the user clicks on something. You don't want this fetch to just run once. Maybe they're scrolling and you want to update their news feed, right? Maybe it's a social media app and they scroll down a certain amount, and so you want it to do another fetch to get them more fake news on Facebook or whatever. And so you could put some parameters in here that would say, hey, after scrolling for 30 seconds, do another fetch and grab more trashy news articles for me. So that's what you could put in here. All right, and we will fill out those user URLs. I haven't forgotten about it, but I want to finish the basic body of this component first. Now, finally, we've done all that work. We've gotten all that data back from the API, right? We've done our big old fetch, all of our fetches, and we've got all that data stored in a big old object inside of our categories state variable. So now we want to actually display stuff to the user. So inside of return, I'm just going to make a div. And that div is going to have a class name of just Jeopardy board. Jeopardy board. And we're going to create some CSS for this later, but that's not important right now. Inside of the div, what I'm going to do is list out each of these 6 categories. So in order to do that, I can just do another map, categories dot map, and then for each category, or I should not have chosen the word category because I can't spell it. That's on me. All right. Inside of each category, I want to essentially, for each category inside of that we retrieved back from the API, for each category that we retrieved back from the API, I want to put it inside of a category component, which is, once again, it's this orange highlight here. It's this whole column. So I'm going to render out 6 category components. Category. My key is going to be the category ID because we're doing a loop here. Key is going to be category ID. And category is just going to be whatever category we're currently looping through. I'm going to copy and paste that because I can't spell. All right, so for as many categories as we have, which is 6, it's going to loop through that object and create 6 category components, the key of which is going to be the category ID, and then all the data is going to be whatever category we're currently on. Hassler says, and how come your use effect was firing twice? Are you talking about originally? That was when I had strict mode enabled. And so it was firing twice. As soon as I took strict mode off, it stopped. So it only fired once. I think it was just the dev, because I was working in dev mode. Strict mode was causing it to fire twice and hit the API 14 times each time. So it kind of sucks. So that's why I turned it off. Back in the balance says, where did we ask it? Or, sorry, where did we tell it to fetch? 6. Yeah, so let's revisit that. All right, because I know we did a lot here. I completely understand that. Let's see. I think I need to category data. I'll need to double check that. It looks like, but anyway, what are we doing here? So we're going up to the first time we're hitting the API. We're fetching 6 categories, right? We're getting 6 back. And yeah, we did a whole lot, I know. So first fetch we're doing, let's break it down. First fetch we're doing, we are going up to the API and we are hitting that URL. We're getting back 6 categories. That's one hit. And then after that, what we're doing is we are looping through all 6 of those categories. That's why we did this map here, right? Mapping, we're mapping through all 6 categories. And for each one, we are doing a fetch on the category ID to pull back clues that are associated specifically with that category. How did you limit it to just 6? So that was early. We haven't built out these URLs yet, which I will in a minute, I promise. But you can set a limit on when you're fetching the categories, you can set a count. So I wanted 6 categories. So in the URL, we're going to specify 6. And then, so since there's 6 in there, it's going to loop through all 6, do 6 fetches for each one for each ID. Okay. And then return those clues, bundle each category along with all of its clues into an object, save that so it's right here. That's what this is doing, is it's taking the category object, spreading it apart, and for each category inserting a set of clues under each one, saving those in the state variable, and then calling our category component and passing in one single category for each category component. So essentially what it's doing is it's saying, all right, generate 6 category components, which are these, the orange highlighted area here, this whole column. Generate 6 of these, and for each one, pass in one single category. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're doing the fetches. The fetch is happening here, and all we need to do is specify the URL. Okay. So once I build out the URL, it might make a little bit more sense. So let's go ahead and do that. And I want to double check something really quickly here. For data. Oh, I spelled this wrong. Let's see, did I spell that wrong? Oh, actually, I think the way I built this is not going to work. It's not going to play nice with try catch. So I'm going to remove this try catch block real quick. There we go. Yeah, I think you should use try catch for this, but I didn't originally. So I'm going to keep it as is for now. You can wrap it in try catch, but the thing about try catch is that it limits the scope. So it couldn't read my category data variable inside the try catch, so I had to remove it. Just a little cleanup there. I would have to refactor this in order for it to work properly with try catch. But my track record doing that on stream is not great, so I'm going to leave it as is for now. You can refactor it later if you would like to use try catch, but for now I'm going to remove that. Now we can see that it's able to access all my variables, but it's a scope issue. If you know what scope is, yeah, that's why I couldn't read category data here if I defined it inside of a try catch block. Yeah. Can the fetch data function be written outside of use effect? No, that's it. Use effect basically ensures that this is only going to fire once, and so we have to put the stuff that we want to fire once inside of use effect. Now you're asking, you're asking if it can be defined outside of use effect, and then we just call it inside of use effect. Maybe, I don't know. We can try it. Let's get it working first, then we can try it. But I see what you're saying. All right, I think that's everything we need. We're just now the next thing we need to do is just build our URL. So let's grab the URLs that we were working with before. Let's check if it causes shovel attack. And we already pre-built these. Yes, define outside and just call inside. Yeah. So let's see, categories. So we were kind of playing around with these URLs before, right? So for categories, all I really need to do is I'm going to paste this in. So hopefully this makes it a little clearer. What we're doing here is we're going to jservice.io/API/categories, and then we're specifying that we want 6 of them. Now, as far as the offset, I don't want to hard code this. I want it to be equal to the offset value, the random value that I'm generating here, right? Offset 56. So in order to do that, what do I call it if I want to insert a variable inside of a string? What's that called? Template literal, yes. Yep, so we're just going to use the template literal in there and drop my variable in. Like so. Save that. So now that's going to set our category URL, do the fetch, get our JSON back, get rid of that console error. Okay. And then I need my second URL for the clues. Let's see, do I still have that pulled up? Yeah, I do. Okay, here we go. So I've still got the clue URL from when we were messing around with it before. I'll drop that in. Clues. And then instead of a hard-coded value, I'm going to do something similar, just another template literal. And all I need to do is pull the category ID. So it's going to run 6 times, right? It's going to look inside of our category object. And for each category object, it's going to hit the API and it's going to fetch all the clues for that particular category. Does that make more sense now that we have the URLs? Exactly what we're doing there? Kaput says, welcome to the stream, Kaputs. They say, can't you put the fetch code within a use callback and then call that from within use effect? Yeah, I think you probably could to make it a little cleaner. I just did everything within use effect. But yeah, that's, I think using the use callback hook would probably make that happen. Yeah, so I'm not going to use it, but that would be one way that you could do. There's a lot of really advanced React hooks that you could use to clean things up. We're kind of taking this from a slightly sort of beginner, early intermediate perspective. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool advanced React hooks out there, especially like advanced React users can do crazy stuff. I'll get there eventually, I'm sure. All of us will. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Kaput's games just followed.
So this is kind of what we're doing with these URLs. Hope that makes sense as to what we're doing. All right, now we're hitting this URL. We're hitting it multiple times. We're hitting it from an app that we are hosting locally, and we're hitting an external API. So we're not necessarily building like a true full stack project here because we're just hitting an API. But what's a problem that we might encounter is when I'm running this app, I'm hitting this URL multiple times for my local client. I'm trying to hit an external API. You've got requests flying back and forth, right? Um, what's a problem I might encounter? An error that we've probably all seen in our browser at some point. Oh, thank you, Ryan. 404, sure. Ah, yes, Charlie Gunther's got it. We might see cores. Bum, bum, bum. Dang. Yeah. Our old nemesis, cores. I'm sure many of us have seen it before, right? Many of us have encountered cores in our daily lives. And essentially, what it is it's a security feature. Most modern browsers do have some kind of cores detection. And what that is essentially just cross origin site requests. And it's basically meant to make sure that requests are what they say they are. They're coming from where they say they are. We're not allowing requests from different origins flying back and forth. I mean, I don't know the nitty gritty of it, but essentially it's a security feature. And in our case, we know we want to allow these types of requests. So we have to put something explicitly in the data we're passing back and forth through the browser to tell the browser, hey, bro, chill the frick out. It's okay. You need to allow these requests. Now, there's a couple different ways we could handle this, and I tried a couple different ways to handle this. Um, and I'm going to tell you the one that I settled on in order to enable cores, and it's the one that most of my viewers here are going to be the most familiar with. So, if you've ever heard the word cores before, if that's ringing a bell, how do you normally handle cores? What do you do? If you were building an app, how would you normally handle cores? Yell at the screen. As for Bud Light, swear at it. Okay, fair enough. Then okay, you might yell a little bit first, and then how do you handle it? Yeah. So Kaput says, are you using Node.js? If so, then npm I cores. That's part of it. Yep. But in order to actually use that cores package, we're going to need a server, right? We're going to need a server in order to, wrap our requests in a, in a cores message or whatever, cores header. Um, in the backend, exactly. Express. Yeah, we would normally handle it in our server.js. But the way we're building this here, we don't have a server currently. Um, Now, there's proxy servers that we could use, such as Cores Anywhere, which I actually did use with this originally. Um, but that requires an extra step. You got to go to a website, you got to click a button to request access, and I don't want to rely on an external tool like that. I want us to be able to just handle this in house. Um, and it could be confusing for folks who are only partially paying attention or trying to use the repo or whatever. So let's go ahead and just spin up a little tiny server real quick, just to literally only handle cores. It's going to be the smallest, shortest little server you've ever built. It's going to be super tiny, I promise. Bootstrap says, hi, mine. Will this VOD be available after stream? I could not tune in from the beginning. Yeah, no worries, Bootstrap. You could even tune into the VOD now. It's live. You can watch the recording right now if you go to my videos tab on my Twitch channel. It's there. You can watch it from the beginning right now if you wanted. All right, so real quick, we're going to create a server.js to literally just handle cores. Oops, I want to make sure I do this in the right place. So inside of your source file, we're just going to spin up a real quick server. If you want to, you could even copy this from the repo. I'm not going to judge you. We're just going to import Express. And cores. And we're going to have to install these as well. So const app equals express app.use cores. And then we're literally just going to build a pass-through route. So all of our requests are going to be handled by our, they're going to be wrapped in the appropriate cores authorization. So what we're going to do how we're going to do that is by building a little piece of middleware, which essentially that's what it does. It allows messages to pass through it, but it does something to those messages on the way. It's like at the post office when you put a letter in a mailbox and it goes to the post office. They put a stamp on it, right? They put like a thing to authorize your stamp, and then that allows it to be delivered to the recipient, right? If you've ever mailed a letter, it always comes to you with like a post office stamp on it. And so that's what we're doing here. We're using our middleware to pass the message through, but put a little stamp on it so that Chrome says, oh, yeah, you're not trying to do something malicious. You're just sending a valid request. Cool. I'm going to let this be delivered. So if we're doing middleware, we just say app.use. And it's going to be listening for a path called just API. And here I did remember to use try catch. I'm going to copy and paste this and we'll talk through it. Feel free to grab it from the repo if you want to. So this API is going to be an async request. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to console log the request, make sure it's correct. Here we go. And then what we're doing here is we're just trying to forward the request to the JService API. That's all we're going to do. We're going to get a response back, and we're going to send that data back down to our React app. That's literally all we're doing. This is a pass-through. We're going to forward that data, get the response, send it back to our app, and then catch any errors. That's all we're doing. So pretty straightforward, right? Not much going on there. It's literally just a pass through. We're using cores. And so any request that goes through our middleware here is going to get wrapped in all that cores data. And then we're going up to the API, getting the response back, not even doing anything with it, just sending it straight back down to our app. So send it back down, console log any errors. And then finally, I just need to set it up on a port. So I'm going to set it up on port 6000 and then do my app.listen. I told you it was going to be the quickest server you ever built. Right? This is all it is. We're done. I'm going to make sure I got all my parentheses going on here. So teeny tiny server just to wrap things and make them authorized, put that little post office stamp on them and send them on. We don't care what's in the message. The server doesn't care what's in the message. It's just putting that post office stamp on there so that it can be delivered. Dr. Moda says, does cores detect if you are doing malicious shenanigans then? IDK how it works. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% how it works either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of what, how it behaves or how it detects malicious requests and that kind of thing. But it's there to keep us safe, even if it is kind of annoying, right? All right, so this is our teeny tiny server. Once again, feel free to just go up to the repo and Kaput says it looks at the origin address of the request. If it does not match the origin address listed in the cores config, then it goes kaput. Okay, so it's checking to make sure that the request isn't being spoofed in some way. It needs to match what's in the cores configuration and compare those two. Say yes, they're the same. Okay, so it's just validating the request is from who it says it's from, right? Yep. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and install Cores and Express. So we just do npm I Cores Express because we're using them here. So we just need to install them. Oh, let's see. Yeah, make sure you're CD'd into the right folder. You should be, but double check that. All right. So in my package.json, I have Cores and Express now. Perfect. And then we should be done with our server. Yeah. All right. And Hassler says, why didn't you just credentials and origin? I mean, yeah, we probably could have built the object out manually. Like I said, I also experimented with using cores anywhere, which is an outside service that you can call on. But I just wanted to do it in a way that was familiar to folks, and what most folks here know is just how to use cores in a server setting. So this is a way that folks already, they already know what this is and they've used it before. So all right, I'm going to save that. Now we're forwarding all the requests that we get to this JService, to our API, right? To our external API, to the Jeopardy API. That's where we're forwarding all of those all of those requests, right? But what if I want the requests to go, like the requests from my React app? What if I want them to go to my server rather than the Jeopardy API, right? Because my server is going to forward those to the Jeopardy API. So what do I need to do inside of my board.jsx to make sure that these requests don't go straight to the Jeopardy API, but that they go to my server that I just built? What do I need to do? I want to be making these fetches against my API, which is then going to forward them to the Jeopardy API. Yeah, exactly. We need to set them to our localhost URL instead. So inside of my board.jsx, I'm going to make one little change to the URL. And the only thing I'm going to change is instead of going to jservice.io, I'm going to go to localhost. Actually, it's going to be 6,000 in this case. All right. So I'm going to send the request up to my server. The server is going to wrap it in cores information. And then it's going to forward it on to the Jeopardy API. And then it's going to get the response back. It's not going to do anything with it. It's just going to send it straight back down into our React application. Okay? Does that make sense what we just did here? Why we did this? If it doesn't make sense, you're allowed to say, I don't understand why we did this. That's a valid answer as well. Charlie says, is this what you will always do if you get a CORS error? Excuse me. If you'll get a CORS error? Well, no, like I said, there's other options. You could use a third-party service like CORS Anywhere. You could build the headers manually. You could, if you're building a true full stack app, you might have you might have a server already, in which case all you need to do is just install CORS. You might, most of the time you're going to have a existing server.js and you just put CORS in there. We had to build one specifically because we didn't have a server before. But yeah, there's other options other than building a server. There's a ton of CORS proxy sites out there too. Charlie, let's see. Back in balance says, where is 6,000? 6,000 is just the port that I chose in my server. So if you look at my server, I chose port 6,000. In the repo, it says 5,000. It doesn't matter what you choose. I chose 6,000 because I already have a server running on 5,000. But that's just the port value. So this is where this server lives. It lives on port 6,000, right? And inside of my board.jsx, I need to hit that, sending requests up to the server, and then it's going to forward that request onto the API. All right. Whew, that was a lot, right? We did a lot there. But I hope it makes, at least, you don't have to fully understand everything that's happening here, but I hope at least makes logical sense what we're doing. If we break it down, all we're doing is a couple of fetches. We're fetching the categories first, and then for each category, we're fetching the clues that are associated with that category. And then what we're going to do next is we're going to put those clues into the components where they belong, categories and clues. Okay? Any questions? And I promise this was the hardest part. This was the hardest part of the whole thing. If you don't believe me, you could look at the rest of the repo. Look at the components for categories and clues, and you'll see they're much simpler because we're getting all the data ready here. We're getting all the data staged, ready, and then after that, all we need to do is put it where it belongs. Whether it belongs in categories, whether it belongs in clues. Now we have all the data, we've got it. We're just going to dump it where it belongs. Yeah, you get the general ideas. Good. All right. So it's time for a break. I think you all deserve one. When we come back, we should be able to get both the category and clue components done pretty quickly. They aren't very big. Once again, feel free to look at the repo if you don't believe me. There really aren't. There's not a whole bunch going on there. Just really some, making sure things are uppercase and assigning the, right dollar, like the right clue to the right dollar value, that kind of thing. So, and also handling if somebody clicks on something, do we show the clue? Do we show the answer? What do we show? That's really it. All right, so break time. When we come back, we're going to build those other components. Then we'll do some styling, and then we'll be done. Oh, we're going to have to test it, obviously. Back in a balance says, how do we run our server? That's a great question. You're going to want to probably create another terminal. So if you're in VS Code, can you see my mouse is down toward the right? I hope you can see that. Yeah, you can see. Okay, good. So I like to have one terminal for my server and one terminal for my client. So I'm just going to go ahead and create another git bash terminal here. I'm going to cd into my cd react rd demo. So I've cd'd into this directory right here. And then in order to run my server, let's see, I'm trying to remember, did I do a separate script for this? Hang on, let me check something. Yeah, so what I did was inside of my package.json, I just created a quick script for that. So under scripts, and we'll go over this again when we go to test. So this is not the only time I'm going to talk about this. I just built a quick script for server node server.js, just like that. So now all I would need to do is just say npm run server. So because it'll read this script, it'll run our server.js. So I can do that real quick. npm run server. Oh, we got an error there. Hang on. Did I save it? Module not found. Okay. Server.js. Thank you for the follow.
Shrees just followed.
Well, let's take a break. We'll figure it out when we come back. Break time. But this is how you will do it. You'll just have a little script for this, and you'll be able to just do npm run server, and then you'll run your app, and your server and your app will both be running, and your app will hit your server. Okay. Yeah, Kaput's in my finished version. I didn't have to do that, so we'll take a look when we come back. It's break time, but we'll figure it out. It's all good. Oh wait, maybe I didn't. I just didn't. No, I've got typed out module. It's there. So, but anywho, we'll figure it out. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. I'll see you back here in 5. Okay, got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. Get yourself a drink of water, use the restroom if you need to. Was having trouble. I couldn't get the my my streaming client has a little graphic that pops up trying to tell me how to re-enable my webcam, but it covers the microphone mute button. So I can't ever I couldn't find the microphone mute button without turning my webcam back on because there's a stupid little tooltip covering it, which seems like a design flaw. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer. Welcome back, folks. Good to have you back. Engineer says Grammarly always covers the stuff up for me. Yeah, I had to turn off Grammarly. It was way, it just made my UI garbage. Dr. Moto says, is it OBS? Make a pull request? No, I'm using Twitch Studio, which is not open source, unlike OBS. Yeah, but it's simple for someone like me. Doesn't I don't like to mess with a million settings, so Twitch Studio works pretty well for that. I'm not super fancy. All right. So we were kind of tinkering on with the server there before the break. I think what I want to do, I think, is I want to finish. I don't want to lose too much momentum here. I want to finish building out the components, and then we can troubleshoot, getting it running and all that stuff. So let's keep our momentum. We're going to finish building our components. We've got our category and our clue components to build, and then we'll start testing and troubleshooting. Hey, Ellen, good to see you. All right, so we finished with our board component, and what the board component does, once again, is it does our fetches. It gets our categories, and it gets our categories with clues, um, and then it bundles all those up, and it renders out our board along with a column for each category. So once again, if you're just joining us, this is what the board is going to look like, minus my scribbles on top of it. This is what the board is going to look like. And so what we're going to be building next is just each of these columns, which are going to run 6 times. And they're going to render with a title and 4 clues inside of them, or sorry, 5 clues inside of them. All right. So inside of our category component, it's going to be very similar to the kind of thing we've done so far, except much smaller. So you can import React. And we're also going to import our clue component because our category is going to have 5 clues inside of it, right? Clue. Ellen says, I want the board with scribbles. How can we do that? Take a screenshot of it and scribble on top of it in paint. All right, now we can actually build the component itself. So this is just going to be called category. It's capitalized, so that's how we can tell it's a component. And like we talked about before, at the board level is where we actually do the fetches, right? That's where we actually do our fetches. And so when we call this category component, we're passing in information about that category, right? So I'm calling the component, and then inside this tag, I'm passing in information about the category that I want to render inside of that component, right? So does anybody know what that's called? When we call on a component in tag form like this, we reference the component and we pass data into that component. What's that called? Dr. Moto says, I'll take S words for 200. Yeah, that's called props. That's a React term. It basically just means something you're passing into a component. It's an object that you're passing into a component. It could have a lot of data in it, could have hardly any data in it. In our case, it's a single category along with all the clues associated with that category. So I'm calling this component, I'm passing data into it. So when I'm building my component here, I need to make sure it's ready to receive that data. So I'm going to define my component as taking in the prop of category. And it's just like if you were building in regular vanilla JavaScript. you would pass something into a function, right? That's all we're doing here. We're passing data into a component just like you would pass an argument into a function, right? Okay. And inside of my component, the other thing I absolutely have to have is a return statement. So inside of each of those category columns, I'm essentially going to have a header and 5 clues, right? That's all. So we're going to be returning essentially here header and 5 clues, right? So we can set up a little bit of that for starters. I'm going to have a div with a class name of Jeopardy category. And then inside of that div, I'll just have an H2. And that H2 is just going to be category. I'm going to look inside that category prop that we passed in, and I'm going to grab the title, category.title. And then for each of the clues, I'm essentially just going to loop through that clues, that category object, loop through each of the clues, and assign them to the appropriate dollar value. Yeah, so props, that's what we talked about. That's a prop right here. So we just talked about, here how when I call on the category component inside of the board, I'm calling that category component 6 times to render 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories, right? I'm looping through it. For each category, I'm calling the category component, and I'm passing in information about one category along with all of its clues. So I'm passing that into the component. And so just like if I was building a regular JavaScript function, right? If I want a function to take in some information from an outside source, I need to set up that function to handle particular arguments, right? But in this case, in React, we call them props. But they're essentially just data we're passing in, arguments into a function. So this category component is set up to take in information about a category. That's where that comes from. And that's going to be an object, which contains information such as the title, information about the clues, the dollar values of the clues, all those sorts of things. Yeah, it comes from the prop, exactly. Does that make sense? All right. Yes. So remember, we're doing the fetch at the top level. We're doing the fetch inside of the board component, and then we're trickling that data down into the category and clue components underneath it. Because the board is like a big bucket. The board is like a big bucket. And inside of that bucket, we have a smaller bucket for just the categories, 6 of them. And then inside of each category, we have even smaller units, which are the individual clues. And so it's all nested together. And so the nice thing about that is that we can have data that trickles down from the board level into the categories and into the clues. It's all flowing downhill. It's a nested tree structure. It's a little bit hard to wrap your brain around if you're not familiar with this, but it's really we're just nesting things together. We have an app which contains the board, which contains categories, which contains clues. Just as Reagan intended. Yes, trickle down props, indeed. Except I think this works much better than Reaganomics does. Oof, indeed. All right. So what I want to do inside of categories here, we have a little. We're gonna trigger a little bit of. We're gonna trigger a little bit of logic here, just to kind of set things up, such as the dollar values and things like that. And Kaputs mentions a good point there too, which I'll touch on briefly. This also shows you the next challenge, which is what happens when you have like a 10 deep branch. So if we had even smaller buckets and we're going down even farther, we still want to pull our data at the top level, right? But yeah, we want to pass that down. So you could do something called prop drilling, which is where you are sending a prop down 10 levels, even if you don't use it anywhere in those intermediate levels. Or you could do something better, which as Charlie Gunther says, is context. Yeah, so context essentially allows you to beam a prop anywhere you want it to go immediately, without having to pass it down through all those intermediate levels. And so when we went through the React docs a few months ago, I think I referred to context like a radio station. So you have a radio station that can broadcast these props just out over the entire city, right? And you can have certain people can tune their radio inside of their house to a particular station and pick up that broadcast. And so that's what context is. You can have components that tune their radios to listen for certain props and pull them down immediately. So that's a use case for context. But in this case, we don't need to use context because not a very deep app. We could just pass this information down. But yep, that's a good point there, Kaputs. Ellen says, "Would you say this project is buckets of fun?" I would. I like Jeopardy. Jeopardy's fun. All right, now let's figure out our logic here. So inside of each category, I want to have certain dollar values. Oops, hang on. Here, right? And so I'm just going to go ahead and define an array with those dollar values. We don't have to get fancy with this. I'm just going to declare those values in an array so I can assign them into those individual clue boxes. So it's just going to be, and if you want to make a fancier version of this, you could have it so that round one is, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, and round two are these values here. We're just going to go like this is a second round and have the higher values because I too like to live dangerously. So these are just going to be our dollar values here. And now that we have that, we can build the rest of our return. So what I'm going to do is essentially loop through this value array. And for each dollar value, I'm going to look inside of the category object and find a clue that matches this dollar value because I want the clue to be appropriate for the dollar value. So I'm just going to loop through this array, look inside my category object and say, hey, is there a clue in this category that matches the 200 value, the 400 value, 600, 800, 1000? And so for each of those, I'm going to put them inside of a clue box along with the dollar value. So loop through the values array, values.map, oops, stop it. Values.map. So for each value in the array, I'm going to get a clue that matches it from my clues prop. I'm going to do a find. Okay, clue. Look for its dollar value and see if it equals whatever dollar value I'm currently on. So if I'm on the 200 clue box, then I want to look for a clue that has a matching dollar value of 200. Okay, that's all we're doing there. And then from your Berryville value should then be, no, because inside of my map, I'm looking at each, so my array is of all the dollar values. And then as I loop through the array, I'm looking at each dollar value independently, right? So 200, 400, 600, 800, 1000, right? The array is, oh yes, the array is values. You're right. Yes, sorry. Good catch. I was wrong there. But yes, I'm looking at values for my array, and then I'm looking at each individual dollar value and mapping through it. So 100% correct. Good catch. I love it when y'all catch my mistakes. It's very helpful. All right, so I'm gonna make sure I get my closing parentheses here, closing my find, and then I'm gonna return. So after I have matched a clue with a dollar value, then I'm going to call my clue component and pass in that clue. So as I'm looping through each of these dollar values, as soon as I find a matching clue, I'm going to render a clue component and put the clue in it. So for each one of these, if I find a $200 clue, I'm going to put a clue and an answer in here and then render that component. All right. So I'm passing the dollar value into the clue component and the clue itself, which contains the question and the answer. So it contains both things. All right. There we go. And it's going to loop through the entire array 200, 400, 600, 800, 100, 1000. And for each one, it's going to render another clue component. So since there's 5 values in this array, it's going to render 5 clues. And that's going to be under each category. So that's how we build our board. So it's a little, like I said, it's hard to wrap your head around, but if you think about it, what we're doing is we're rendering one board. We're doing a fetch against the API to grab 6 categories, looping through those 6 categories, and rendering 6 category columns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inside of each of those, we're looping through our dollar array and we're rendering 5 clues. So that's how we build the board, thinking about it in terms of looping and nesting, right? And that's all we need to do technically for this particular component. Now we're going to come back later and we're going to do some like fixing these titles so they're capitalized, but we're going to stick with this for now. This will work. This is all we need to do for this component. Save it. And then the last thing we need to do is build our clue component. Oh, export. Yes, good catch. I always forget that. And yes, I know I can use like RAFC, but I got to remember to do this stuff. There we go. Exported that. Did I export my board component? No, I didn't. I did the same thing there. Look at me. There. Board, category, board. Okay, that's good. Save that. Okay, just checking my exports here. Board, then category exports, and finally clue. All right, and once again, we did all the logic up at the board level, like as far as like doing the fetches and that kind of thing. So once again, we're just trickling down that data, and we're applying it here. So I'm going to do another import here. We're going to import React and state. And we're going to have our component called clue, which we can declare as a function. Now, if you're familiar with older versions of React, you may say, somebody said earlier, oh, this feels like a constructor. And yeah, that's kind of how older React worked. It used like, modules and constructors and that kind of thing. So if you like object-oriented programming more than function-based programming, then you might enjoy the older version of React, which still works just fine. You can absolutely use that if you want to. This is considered function-based React is considered modern React, but there's nothing stopping you from doing it the old way if you want to. So as we saw in category, we're passing in the dollar value and the clue value. So we set up our component to receive those dollar value and the clue value. Hey, Fuel Snabble. Yes, and you can also build your components as arrow functions as well. I think in my last stream where we built a blog with React, we did do it as arrow functions. I like to go back and forth just to get plenty of practice with both types. But yeah, I believe in my previous stream, if you like arrow functions better, I think we built all of our components with arrow functions. So we're going to set up a so before I do this, let's think about how we want our app to behave. So going back to this, when I click on a dollar value, I want it to first, so I guess stage one is the dollar value, right? The board first renders, everything is dollar values. And then as soon as I click on something, I want it to flip and show me the clue, right? And then I click again and I want it to show me the answer or the question, technically, if we're talking Jeopardy, but essentially what the right answer is. And then I click again and I want it to disappear. So our clue boxes, each clue box could be in one of several stages at a given time. And that's going to control what's displayed. So is it in the dollar value stage? Is it in the question stage? Is it in the disappeared stage, right? How is it going to look at a given time? And so that is a perfect opportunity for a state variable to control the behavior of each clue box. So each clue box can be in a particular state, which is going to control how it looks at a given time. And so we want to essentially track that state. What is it? Is it showing the dollar value, question, answer, what? And so we want to store that in a state variable. That's literally what state variables are for, right? They control how how a component looks at a given time based on user interaction. Conditional rendering, yep. Rain Online says RAFCE, yeah, to quickly build a component. Yep, yes, and I do use those, and I have used those, but we're doing things manually today. But yes, RAFCE is great for quickly building components, the structure of components, absolutely. So I'm gonna have this variable be called stage. So like, is it in stage 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever? Stage, and then set stage. So once again, stage is the variable name. Set stage is the function that we call when we want to update it. And by default, when the board first renders, I want everything to show dollar values. So that's what we're going to call state 0. Hey, Rain Online, good to see you. Thank you for the
Rain
follow.
Online just followed.
And so each time the user clicks on one of those squares, I want it to go up a stage, right? I want it to go to stage 0, 1, 2, 3, and loop through each possible display. So, what do we call that when we have a user interaction of some kind and we want to capture that interaction and do something with it? Does anybody remember what that's called in React terms? Well, yes, the click itself is an event, absolutely. What do we do with that event? What do we call that when we build a function to, I don't want to say it, what do we call it when we build a function to do something with that event? Hook? That's a good guess. Yes, as Kaput said, we're handling that event, right? We're taking that event and we're doing something with it. So it's literally called a Chelsea handler. Good guess. It's literally called a event handler, right? Because it's taking an event such as a click and it's handling it. It's doing something with it. In this case, we wanted to increment that stage by 1, change from a dollar amount to a question to an answer to a blank. There you go. So all we need to do to handle those clicks is build a little function called handle click. And on each click, we're going to increment our stage variable to be whatever it used to be plus 1. So for every single click, we're going to call this handle click function and we're going to increment that value by 1 to flip to the next iteration of it. All right, pretty easy. So we've got the function declared. Now we just need to set up the logic to tell our component what to display. So I'm going to define a couple variables here. First one's going to be content. Oops. Content. I swear I'm typing content. It's just not letting me. I hate it when it does that. All right. The other one is going to just be class name because we're going to have different classes for, when dollar sign's going to have bigger text, clue's going to have smaller text, whatever. Yeah, Emmett be wild. And yeah, Emmett sometimes steps outside of its station and decides to do just random crap. So now all we need to do is just have a quick if statement to tell each clue component what should happen at a particular stage. So if stage is 0, so when the board first renders, we want the content to be the dollar value, right? When the board first renders at stage 0, content is going to be literally just a dollar sign with the value. I want cake, Mavi. You better save some cake for me. And then we're going to have a class later on that's just going to be Jeopardy clue dollar value. I'm just going to paste that in for now. But we haven't built our CSS yet. So that's what happens if stage is 0. We're going to display the dollar value. And you can do this as a switch statement or whatever you want, but I'm keeping it easy peasy here. We're just going to do else ifs. So at the first stage, they click on the dollar value and it should flip over and display the question, right? And then the person has to give the answer in the form of a question. So what is Winnie the Pooh or whatever? So next thing we want to display is different content. Display the clue if it exists. If the clue exists, we want to display the question. If it doesn't exist, we can just say no. Because not every dollar sign is going to have a valid clue. Some of the stuff in the API isn't necessarily complete. There's a few that don't have values for like 200 or whatever. So you click on it and you just want to show nothing if it doesn't exist. It happens. And the class name here is just going to be Jeopardy clue. And then finally, else if stage 2. So they click it again. We just wanted to have it display the answer. And you could add additional stages here if you want to add more, functionality to the game or whatever, but we just have dollar sign, question, answer. That's all. All right. And now that we have the logic in place, we have whatever content we want to display stored in our content variable, depending on whatever stage we're in. Then we return essentially a clue box with that stuff in it. So we'll just have a div. And the class name for that div is going to be whatever we assigned here. Class name. And also, we want to make sure that whenever somebody clicks on the clue box, it calls our event handler, right? So if I want to make sure that this handle click thing is listening for clicks whenever they click on a clue box, what do I put here inside of my div? I want to listen for clicks and trigger my event handler whenever somebody clicks on the clue box. So what do I do? Yeah, exactly. Charlie Gunther is a copper. You all know what's up. Right, exactly. We just call on click. On click, and you can do, there's other things you can do. You can do it on hover, on scroll, all sorts of things. But we are just listening for clicks. So we say on click, handle click. And if we're at stage 0, so just displaying the dollar signs, we're going to just show the content. So if stage is 0, show the dollar signs. Actually, we'll just, let's see. Thinking about this. 1 second. We'll just go with content for now. We'll come back to that later. All right. Just to display whatever the content is, we set that here. It's either going to be the dollar value, the question, or the answer, right? All right. Return content. Okay. That's everything. I think we've got all we need because the board is going to render, is going to fetch all the information from the API. It's going to pass that into each category. It's going to pass the category header and all the clues. And then inside of that category, it's going to render out the individual clue boxes with the appropriate clue attached to the appropriate dollar value. So I think that's all. Category. Oh, I needed to export clue. Yep. Y'all know me by now. You all know I'm going to forget that export. Yes. All right, there we go. Yeah, you can also do animations to make them flip, to make the tiles flip. Absolutely. I was looking at that earlier. I thought about adding animation, but I was like, we already got enough CSS. So, but yeah, you can do transform and rotate to do cool stuff with like making the cards flip, which I think would be a great thing for somebody to add if you want to. If you want to make it your own a little bit. Um, yeah, that's a fun thing. Then you could have like a hidden flag and toggle it on and off and that kind of thing too. All right, now we were having a little trouble earlier getting the server to run. So what we're going to have to do to actually run this is we're going to have to fire up our server to power the CORS requests, and we're going to have to fire up the app itself. So both things. And so what I did earlier was our script for running our app is going to be npm run dev. That's already built in right here. npm run dev is going to run the app, and um, npm run server should run our server. Now, let me try this again and see what error we get. I'm going to check and make sure that I'm checking the finished version here. Yeah, node server.js. Oh, sorry, it's wait, no, it is npm. It's npm run server. Yeah, npm run server. Okay, hopefully this should work. Move the server out of the source file. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah. You're right, you spotted it. I put my server in the wrong place. So server shouldn't be in source. Server should be at the same level as the index.html. So just you can drag and drop your server file and you can put it, or should be able to, just put it at the same level as your index.html. Yeah. Let's see. I think is that the right level? No, that's still at the wrong level. I need to be at the same level as my index.html. There we go. Now that's better. Okay, I fixed it. All right, and you can see that in the finished repo as well. You should see it at the correct level there. It is correct in the finished product. I just did it wrong here. I put it at the wrong level. If you're not quite sure what I just did, I'll collapse the source folder. So you can see server.js should not be inside of the source folder. It should be at the same level as like index.html and all this other stuff, okay? Originally, I had it in the source folder accidentally, but now I've moved it up one level into server.js. All right? Okay, let's try again. Good catch on there. Good catch there, kaputs. Oops, nope, npm run server. There we go. Now it's running. Hooray. Charlie says, why did the server being in source cause an error? Because when I CD'd into, when I'm running something here, it's looking at whatever level I'm CD'd into, so change directory into. I was trying to run it from React Jeopardy demo, but that's not where it was. It was in source folder. It was at the wrong level. So it wasn't at the same, and it also was not lined up with like my node modules folder and all the other stuff that it was expecting. So yeah, I was expecting it to be at this specific level right here, the level I was CD'd into in the terminal. It was not expecting to find it in the source folder. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. As Kaput says, the node modules also, not only was it in the wrong folder, the node modules folder is one level up, so it couldn't find any of the dependencies it needed either. But when I read the error message, it said it couldn't even find server.js because it was not looking in the right folder. So yeah, two things that are big problems that it can't do. But now it is running, and so we should be able to hit this server and pass requests to it. So when you're firing up the app, you always have to start the server first. So run npm run server first, get your server running, get it listening for requests, and now we can fire up our app. So I'm going to go into my other terminal here. I'm leaving my server running in this terminal, and I'm going to go into my other terminal. So you can have more than one terminal open if you've never done this before. Pay attention here. I'm in this terminal here. I'm going to leave my server running, go into my other terminal, which doesn't have anything running, make sure I'm CD'd into my project, which I am, and now I can just do npm run dev. All right. Control Shift plus terminals, yeah. So this terminal here is running my server. This one's going to run my client. All right, it's running. It's running in localhost 5174. There'll probably be an error or two. We're going to work through it. It's okay. All right, so don't see anything yet, but let's look for errors. All right. Unsafe port, okay. And couldn't fetch data. All right, unsafe port. So what I want to do here is I'm going to look at my console. Did I console log? I'm going to see if I console log requests. Okay, so it didn't send the request. Error unsafe port. Haven't seen that one before. Backend. HTTP, well, let's see. Possibly. No, for local hosted, HTTP is fine. We'll figure it out. Almost there. So I'm going to look at my server. Is there something funny about the number 6,000? I don't know, maybe. I can try a different port number. We can try it. I'll try 5,500. I've used that port before. And then I'll kill this and I'll start it again. Okay, it's running. And then I'm going to just update my board to hit 5,500 instead. If you change your port number, you got to make sure you're hitting, right port. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so don't use port 6,000 because it doesn't work. So good catch there, Dr. Moto, I guess. The cursed number, apparently, yes. 6,000 is cursed, so don't use that. So now, if we look here, look what it did. It fetched all of our clues. So here it did all of our 6 fetches, right? It did all 6 fetches, passed them through for each of our 6 categories. So all the fetches happened, and if we control click on this, I think we could even go and look and see what they are. Yeah, so if I click on that, you can see all of the clues that go under that category. All right. And now look what we got. Looky, looky. It's not formatted. It's not formatted at all, but we're going to fix that. So let's click on one of these. Which one? Ooh, I like Lard Almighty. Let's see what Lard Almighty is. Yeah, we got a question. One of lard's best uses is as this concise ingredient that makes baked goods crisp and flaky. Any guesses? What is it? Yeah, I am using Windows kaputs. Pastry? But it's an ingredient though. I don't know that that's the right answer. It's an ingredient. What do we think? Oh, I clicked on it again. Shortening. So they said concise ingredient. And so shortening is concise because it shortens, right? It's a pun. A lot of Jeopardy clues have a lot of puns. And so that's one of them there. It was a good one. Oh, okay. So port 6000 is unsafe on Windows, so don't use port 6000, guys. I just taught y'all something. If you didn't learn anything else, don't use port 6000 for your local host. Cool. All right. So it looks like it's working. Um, three-word literary titles. A student murders a St. Petersburg pawnbroker in this masterpiece by Dostoevsky. Uh, I don't know. Anybody know their? What is Crime and Punishment? Yeah, I bet y'all are right. Yes. Okay. Oh, and I love this one because looky here. Look, I'm going to zoom in. If you can't see that, I'm going to zoom in. So look at this. Oh, and I clicked it again. I made it disappear. Whoops. But I hope you saw that before it went away. I think we should be able to see this here. Estragon suggests that he and Vladimir hang themselves in this absurd display. Was waiting for Godot? Hey, yes, I got it. Um, that's a great play, by the way. I love Waiting for Godot. But yeah, notice how it's wrapped in italic tags. So we're gonna add just a little piece of code to just fix that, and it's kind of a fun piece of code. I really like this, and I was so I don't know. I just it just tickled me when I found it. I love it. But yeah, there's a little piece of code that we can add that's going to handle these HTML tags and turn them into instead of just italic tags, it's going to actually italicize the text and get rid of the tags. So we'll handle that. Oh, thanks, Kaputs. I know I have approximate knowledge of many things. A lot of it is completely useless, such as an encyclopedic knowledge of Star Trek history and like Star Trek facts, like behind the scenes facts. Yeah, I know way too much about that. So if there's ever a Star Trek category on Jeopardy, I'm pretty. That's pretty much a lock for me. But the other stuff is pretty hit or miss. Dr. Moda says trivia by definition is useful. But it can make you feel superior in an unearned way to your friends, right? When you could whip out a random fact. Impress your boss. All right, now let's make this look better, right? This doesn't look like a Jeopardy board. This looks like a list of things that you can click on. Unless you get free gift cards. Yeah, it's useful at pub quizzes, right? Yep. So let's do some formatting here. Functionally, it's working, which is the most important part. Now let's add some formatting. Nothing impresses my boss. That man is a block of ice. Aw, that's too bad. It's fun. It's fun to be impressed by stuff sometimes, right? All right. So now for each of my components here, I'm just going to add a little CSS. We're going to style it up. Style it up, baby. Now you could bundle each of these up into like one single CSS file. I just created separate CSS files for each component just to kind of keep it straight in my head what I was doing. But you can do it however you like. So I'm gonna in my source folder here, I'm just gonna make a new file for each one, board.css, category.css, and clue.css. And then inside of each component, I can import their specific CSS file. So that's very simple. We just need to import it, board.css. Oh, and actually, I'm going to kill my server here too, so I don't keep making requests to the API. So before you add all the CSS, kill your server so you don't keep hitting the API, because it's not going to like that. It's going to be shoveled with FaceTime from the API owner. So we're going to be nice to them. And poor little feller, I know, right? Poor API. We don't want to hit it. It's going to hit back if we're not careful. It's going to rate limit us. Um, so inside of category, I can import. Sorry, inside of that's the wrong place. Inside of clue, I want to import clue.css. And then inside of category, I'm going to import category.css. All right. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the repo and I'm going to grab the CSS out of the repo and I'm going to copy and paste it because I ain't typing this out. Y'all can if you want, but so board.css is going to essentially just set up a grid display, which is, right, we want everything to be displayed on a grid, and it's going to have 6 columns, and it's going to kind of do some auto sizing on the rows. It's going to put a gap between each of the row items. It's going to assign a background color of white and a little bit of padding. So that's all we're doing there. And then inside of category, we're going to have 2 elements here, one for the header and then one for the items in the category. So background color blue, color white, margin 0, padding 10, font family. I'm just gonna have it be, it'll just be serif if you can't read Georgia. Text align center, font size 24, and then for the actual category themselves, it'll just be a grid display, 5 items, right? 5 items vertically in the row, and background color white with a gap of 3 pixels. So once again, we're just configuring the grid so that things are on a nice, game board. And then clue.css. Hey, 131, finally got a stream. That's awesome. Yeah, we just got our app working, and so now we're actually styling it, but I suck at CSS, so I'm copying and pasting my CSS from that I already did from earlier, and just going over it really quickly. But we got the app. The app actually works. We're retrieving what we're doing today is we're building Jeopardy, and we are retrieving data from a Jeopardy API, and then using React to create a game board that you can interact with. So for each clue, it's going to have a flex display on the grid, aligning, centering, setting colors, all that sort of thing, setting padding. And then the dollar values are just going to be a little bit bigger, have a bigger font size. So I'll save that. So just styling. And then before we fire it back up, I'm going to double check that I have my class names in place. For that. So in my return, statement, I just want to make sure that I've got my class names assigned. Okay, class name Jeopardy board, mapping through the categories. Yep, okay, so that looks fine. And then once we got it, then we'll fire up the server again and see how it looks. Okay, so I mentioned before that if we look at the titles for the categories, this doesn't look quite, I mean, other than forget about the styling, but if you were playing Jeopardy, you would probably expect that a title would be capitalized, right? You would expect titles to have capital letters, and in the API, they don't. So I want to capitalize these titles. So thinking in terms of just plain old JavaScript, this is going to be like a Code Wars question. So if y'all like Code Wars, you probably know how to do this already. But if I was wanting to capitalize the first letter of each word, we're not going to get fancy here. We're not going to, determine proper title case or whatever. How would I do it? If I want to capitalize just like the first letter of each word, how would I do it? Just in general terms. You don't have to tell me exactly. In general terms, how might I do that? This is literally a Code Wars question. I have done this question on Code Wars. Yeah, Jeopardy is block case, but we're gonna get fancy here. We're gonna capitalize it like a real title. The first letter of each word, though. Yeah, so title 0 would get the first letter of the entire title, right? But what's a way that I could get the first letter of each word? Yeah, there now we're getting there, right? We're gonna have to split, like, because you can do array methods with strings, right? Like they're pretty interchangeable. So yes, exactly. Now we're narrowing it down, right? We're gonna have to do a split on space. We're gonna have to locate each space, split our string apart into an array of the individual words, and then inside of each word, grab the character at 0 and capitalize it. And then concatenate it back with the rest of the word, and then combine the whole string back together again. Yeah, this is literally a Code Wars answer that I remember doing. So we're going to do that. So I'm just going to make a new function here called const to title case, which is going to put stuff in title case. We're going to pass in a string, which in this case is going to be the title. But this is not a component. This is a regular function. So it's just all regular function stuff in here. And what we're going to return is the string, but we're going to do some method chaining, right? We've done this before, where you can chain methods together to perform a bunch of operations at once. So this is like a one-liner Code Wars answer. If you want to, you don't have to do it this way. You could do the method, you could do them separately, but I think in this case, it's a good opportunity for method chaining. So I'm going to split by space, and I'm going to map through each word. And for that word, I'm going to take, actually I could do, I did car at originally, but I can actually do this. To uppercase. I think this will work. Word to uppercase. Will that work? Well, I'm going to do it the way I originally did it. I didn't test it this other way, so. Car at to uppercase. You can try it both ways. Word dot slice. We'll talk about what this is doing in just a second after I finish typing it out. And to lower case. And then finally, we do a join and put it back together. Okay, so what is this doing? Well, it's splitting our string up at each space. So that leaves us with an individual array of words. So, if it's Disney movies by songs, it's going to be an array of Disney, and then movies, and then by, and then songs. And then for each word in the array, then caret 0. We take the first character, put it uppercase, and then join the rest of the word to it. Make sure that's lowercase, and then join the whole thing back together. Yes, and substring would work as well. So we could do word 0. So that's a little bit more concise. Word slice 1. Yep. So yeah, that's more concise what you put there, kaputs. We can just do that. So word 0 to uppercase, and then plus the rest of the word. Yeah, that should work as well. All right, and then finally, we're just going to pass our title through this little function that we made to title case, category title. Take it, pass it through the function, and then what we get out of that is what's going to be our H2. Okay? So this was just like a little random code wars exercise in the middle of a React app. Hope you enjoyed that. All right, and then that's going to be our title. And Kaput says they should make it doable using destructuring. Yeah, being able to do destructuring for some of this stuff would be nice, right? Yeah. I'm sure there is a string handling package, Dr. Moto. There probably is. It's more fun to practice in my opinion, it's more fun to practice the fundamentals and remember how to do this stuff using array methods, because it's always good to remember your array methods, right? And pull out some code wars magic. But hey, however you want to do it. Okay, so now into that, got our title, value index. Yep, that should be good to go. All right, now the last thing that I want to do is essentially handle. So like we saw. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Visaya just followed.
So you saw earlier when we clicked on something that was like a literary title that was supposed to be italicized. How it showed up was just like the HTML tags. And so what we want to do is we want to take those HTML tags and actually use them as HTML, right? Display what they're trying to display, whether that's bold or italicized or whatever. We want to actually just display those. And so there's a way we can do that, and it tickles me. Um, and that's going to be just down in our clue component here, down inside of our return statement. We're going to keep everything here the same, except we're going to modify our content here a little bit. And so we're just going to say, hey, if stage is equal to 0, so if they've just rendered the board, then we just show content. That's just a dollar value. We don't need to do anything with it. But if it's a question or an answer that could have weird formatting, we're going to render a span. And inside of that span, we want to render the HTML as HTML. Okay, and there's a way we can do that, and I love this, and it's literally called dangerously set inner HTML. So we're going to live dangerously, and we're going to set some inner HTML, baby, because we are, crazy mavericks like that. So inside of that, living in the danger, I know, right? What are we even doing? What are we even doing? And I'll tell you about the reason why this is considered dangerous in a minute, after I finish this. All right, and how we do that is we just say HTML content. All right, and I need to close my tag and get my formatting right here. So stage. I'm missing a bracket, I think. Oh, bracket here. There we go. Okay. So PFB is like so dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, baby. I too like to live dangerously. Yes. So why is this dangerous? Well, first off, does anybody know why this is dangerous? Why we might not always want to just render out any old HTML tags that we're getting back from an API? Why might that be bad? Why might that be bad? Right, what we're doing here is we're essentially just accepting whatever tags we receive and rendering them no matter what they are. They could be malicious, absolutely. So in general, that's called cross-site scripting, or XSS. Yes. So it's potential that you could inject malicious tags that are going to do something that you don't expect, and so we're just going to be rendering that HTML, no questions asked. Little Bobby drop tables. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that, right? Stuff you don't want to happen. And so that's why this is literally called dangerously set inner HTML, because depending on your source, you could be setting yourself up for danger. Yep. So I'll save this, but we're doing it here because we know what data we're getting back and why we want to do this. But just something to consider: high voltage. Yeah, exactly. All right. I don't think there's anything we need to change in index.css. I'm just gonna leave that alone. Um, yeah, we already did the main. Okay, let's try. Let's fire it up again. Wait, danger. Yeah, it is. It's literally called. It's literally called dangerously set inner HTML. Yep, because of cross-site scripting, possible danger there. Yeah, fire in the Taco Bell. Oh lordy. All right, I think my server is still running. Yeah, my server is still running. Um, let's see if I hit the rate limiter yet. All right, npm run dev. Yeah. Hey, check it. All right, that looks better. Now you'll notice we've got a little bit of a funky thing going on in the category title there. I think that may just need some regex to clean it up. It's just a special character. Um, so you could add some additional regex there to handle it, but I live for danger. Yeah, you can do a single call, dump it into JSON, and then yeah. There's other ways you can handle this too. I yield to, let's see, let's do. Dr. Moto is out here playing Saturday Night Live Jeopardy. Yes, the one with Tom Hanks. The ones with Tom Hanks are my favorite. He's great. One where he had his hand stuck in a pickle jar the entire time. That was great. All right, let's do Hollywood memorabilia for 400. I'm gonna play this like Jeopardy. I want to do Hollywood memorabilia for 400, Alex. All right. Okay, my font size is a little off there. Whoops. Oh, hey, come back. All right. Seen in the training center and arena sequences in the Hunger Games, Catching Fire, and the Hunger Games Catching Fire. This silver combat bow was a signature weapon of who? I'm gonna say Katniss Everdeen. Katniss, yeah. Oh, I forgot to say it in the form of a question. Dang it, I lose Jeopardy. Yo, I think Copper Lily got that one. What the heck is the fourth one supposed to say? Oh, 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Let's figure it out. PHAF. Mm. Let's do a clue. All right, for 400. Here is the view from this in a front door. Oh, I bet there's a picture. I bet there was a picture on the original Jeopardy clue. Yes. Here's the view from this in a front door. All I can think of is peephole. I don't know. Let's see what the answer is. Peephole. Okay. All right. Oh, PH. PH. So it's supposed to be like the first word is P, second is H. Yeah. Yeah. So engineer asks, how does the API handle video or audio clues? It doesn't. It'll normally have some kind of an indicator that says clue crew is pointing at whatever, but it doesn't handle those. Um, how's it getting rendered as that gooberish? Well, we can look and see what it pulled back, and we can see what the original thing was from the API and see why it rendered this way. We can look at that. So these dogs can be German or Australian. Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. So ph, it has to have ph in the word. So peephole has ph in the word. So the answer to this one is shepherds, right? Yeah. So ph. All right, let's clear the category and then we'll look and see what it actually came back as from the API. So why it rendered in that weird symbol. We can see that. All right. This type of restaurant has specialized cuts of meat. I just want to play Jeopardy. I don't want to code. Yeah. Type of restaurant has specialized cuts of meat. It's not a steakhouse. Deli, but no, it's got to have ph in the. It's got to have ph in the word. Um, Anybody know type of restaurant? It's not like I'm thinking like charcuterie or whatever. Well, we can tell from the other clues, right? We can tell from the other answers. So peephole has ph, shepherd has ph in the middle. Um, so this word is going to have ph in the middle as well somewhere. I don't know. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Philly? Ooh, okay, all right. Chop House. Oh, dang. Chop House. That's hard. All right, let's do the 1,000 clue. Oh, there's no 1,000 clue. So when there is no clue in the API, it'll just not render. It'll just render as nothing. Darn it. All right, let's do 200. Last one. All right. This, oh, I know this one. I know this one as soon as I read it. This verb can mean to support the decision of a lower court in an appeal. Was it a double jeopardy? It could be, maybe. Um, yeah, it's uphold. Yeah, uphold. That one was easy. Yeah. All right. So now let's look and see what this was supposed to be versus this weird symbol that actually rendered. So we should be able to see that by looking at what we got from the server. So let's see. It retrieved 27 through 42. So it's going to be one of those, one of these six. Not sure which one, but because I'm console logging the requests, so we should be able to. Whoops. Should just copy the thing. That's the Tortugas one. That's the architecture one. Here we go. What is this category? Oh, the category. Okay, so it's not even stored in the API correctly. I thought we might be able to see it, but like, darn it! I thought we could. I thought we could see what it was supposed to be. I don't know though. Yeah, yeah, it's just scrape data. Yeah, I'm sure that if one person built this entire API, so I'm not faulting them at all. I'm sure they were just using a scraper to like just pull this data in and store it. So there's little missing chunks of data. There's some categories that are a little weird, but like really, honestly, one person built this entire thing, and so like kudos to them. Like really. Also, show them some love on Twitter too. Like give them a follow. They are get their name here again. I also love the vector image of Alex Trebek. That's great. All right, their name is Sawtin AD. Yeah, so that's them on Twitter. Give them a shout because they deserve it. Okay, I think. Let's see. Oop. Ah, I think that's the wrong window. Hang on. No, that is the right one. Okay, I got a little confused there. That's the server. Okay, well, anyway, this might be the old one, but it doesn't matter. They both look the same now. So, yeah, I think we're done. I think that was it. I think we did everything we wanted to do. Um, so now we can, you can click inside of any of the clues. You can show questions, you can show answers. And the cool thing about this is, the nice thing about it is that because React is React, it's only going to render what it needs to render at a given time. So no matter how much you click around in this environment, it's only going to re-render the individual clue that you've clicked on. So what questions do we have? Now that we finished this entire thing, oh, Dr. Moto redeemed create an AI generated image. Play more. You want to play more trivia? We can. Did I close that port? Let me see here. Okay, here we go. We got some new categories. We can play more if you want to. But I do want to see if anybody has questions about the actual project before we do another round. Coverly's like, more. All right. Can we review that? Yeah, let's review the server again now, and then we'll play more. Okay, so what is the server for? The server is really just for one thing, and it's preventing CORS errors in the browser. So you could try this without the server. You could just send requests straight to the API. That's what I started out doing when I was first building this. I was just sending requests straight to the API, and it worked a little bit sometimes, but then I was getting all these CORS errors in the browser. It was blocking the request because it thought, oh, hey, this is not a secure request. I'm not going to let this through. Chrome was like, no, bad, gave me a slap on the wrist. Um, and so what this server is doing is it's essentially taking our request from our React app and it's wrapping it in a specific type of object with a particular header that says, hey, Chrome, buddy, this request is fine. Please let it through. Just let it go. Send it on to the API. And then what it's doing is it's sending that request up to the API, getting the response back, and then just sending that data back down to the client. So, like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of like when you mail a letter. If you've ever mailed a letter, um, it doesn't just go straight to the recipient, right? It goes through the post office, and the post office checks to make sure that it's a valid letter, and they give it like a stamp, like they put like a rubber stamp on it over the top of the stamp you put on the letter. They just go boop, and then so that tells the system that it's okay to be delivered. um, and so that's really what we're doing here. We're sending it, we're passing it through using some middleware, and we're sending it on, we're taking the request back, sending it back to the client. All right. Yeah, Dr. Moto, I don't know where all the data is stored. That's opaque to me. Um, all you can do is, since this is a third party API, all you can do is access the data. There is a GitHub. So if you wanted to actually look at the GitHub for this, you can. So if you go to the JService website, you can look at the GitHub and look at the code. It's all here. If you want to comb through it, be my guest. Um, it's probably in models somewhere or something like that. But you can look at their GitHub code and see where they're storing this. But I doubt you'll be able to like actually hit the original storage. I'm sure it's in a you know secure database somewhere. All you're able to access is the endpoint that they make available to you. So if you think about when you build your own full stack apps, you create a server, right? And inside that server, you make endpoints that your app is able to hit, right? Whether it's slash home, slash users, whatever. Your app can only hit certain endpoints to get data. And so that's what's happening here. Okay, so did the server make sense when we were talking about the server here? What this is doing, what it's for? It's really not doing very much at all. And there's other ways to handle this, like we talked about. You could use a proxy service, such as CORS Anywhere, where it's basically you're literally hitting somebody else's Heroku application and like it's doing stuff to it, and then sending the request on to the API. You could use that, but that's also rate limited. So I ran into some issues where I lost access to it, and so it's a little janky, but there's other options too. Yeah, Dr. Mona, I'm sure that they're not going to make that database accessible to anybody that's looking for it. I'm sure that all you're able to see are the endpoints that they allow you to hit. Yeah. And honestly, like somebody said earlier, it's probably scraped from another source, and so it was probably never captured right to begin with. Yeah, because someone, yes, exactly. Yep. You never want to let random people into your database. That's not a good idea. Trinae says, can we review the app code as well? I missed when you routed everything. So what do you mean by routed? Do you mean like the fetches? Can you be a little bit more specific? Just what aspects were you not sure about? What's on Thursday, Spigot? DEF CON. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, DEF CON is a trip. I've never been, but I've read about it. It seems like a really fun time. I like the podcast Darknet Diaries. Um, and the host went to DEF CON and did like the scavenger hunt and did a fantastic recap of that, and it was so entertaining to hear about. Yeah, the scavenger hunt that the host did, and ended up winning it with a team, which is pretty wild. Yeah. Oh yeah, the bunker guy who did a presentation at DEF CON. Yeah, it was fun. Okay, yeah, let's look at the fetches here. So the fetches, what they're doing is they're setting up the request and they're sending it to our server. The server is wrapping it in those cores headers and things and sending it out to the API. So if you'll notice, what we're fetching here is actually from our localhost server. And first thing we're retrieving is categories with a count of 6 and an offset of a random number. So that's going to make sure that we get 6 random categories every single time. So two things we're setting here: count of 6, offset of a random number. Now, when that URL goes up to our server, essentially that local host part of it, the local host part of that gets replaced with the actual API. The rest of the URL remains the same. So the stuff about the count equals 6 and the offset of whatever, that just gets passed straight through to the API. So that might be the confusing part for you there. Like, what is happening? How does that URL get passed? Well, inside of here, it starts out as localhost API, whatever, gets sent to the server. The first part of the URL gets replaced with the actual API URL, and the rest of the URL stays the same. Goes straight to the API, fetches the data, comes back. Okay. And down here for the categories, for the clues, we're getting just for each category that we fetched here. There's 6 of them. We're looping through and we're doing 6 more fetches out to the Jeopardy API and getting the clues that are available for that category. Okay? Does that make sense, Janae? Because we're doing a map here. We're looping through all 6 categories, and for each category, we're doing a separate fetch to get all the clues for that category ID. Okay. And you can see that happening here on our server. I'm console logging each request. So each time we reload the board, it's getting the categories first. You can see the URL right here. It's getting a category, it's getting the categories first, 6 of them, offset of, whatever random number. And then for each of the categories that come back, it's getting 6 sets of clues. Okay? Good question. Any other questions? There's no such thing as a stupid question either. Very cool. Yeah, it is cool, right? It's fun. And it's, you got to kind of, be logical about how many requests you do and what requests you do and when you do them. If this API was set up that I could request, like clues for multiple categories at once, so like clues for all 6 categories in one request, then I would do that. That would mean I would only, I'd make one request to get all the categories and then one request to get all the clues. But I can't do that. The API isn't built that way, so I have to do 6 calls. But I mean, you could even get fancy and you could restrict clues by air date, what year they aired. You could restrict clues by, Final Jeopardy, Double Jeopardy, that kind of thing. Um, yeah, you'd have to, if you want to get more wild with it, you'd have to use something like GraphQL. Yeah, but this is the best we can do with what we have right here, which I think, I don't remember if I did a stream on GraphQL or not. I don't remember. I know I used it for something, but I don't know if I've ever streamed on it before. But that might be a bit much. Yeah. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll do another round of Jeopardy. Firebase, yeah. Trinity said, someone asked, I'd like to know too, how would you take this up a level? What do you mean by take this up a level? Oh, improve upon it. Okay. So what I would probably do, I mean, the low hanging fruit here is the styling, right? This could be much better. You could style this like a real Jeopardy board. Um, you could add the proper Jeopardy fonts. You could make the flipping of the cards. Like you could add what Kaputz was talking about earlier. You could add proper formatting to make the cards flip over. That would be really cool. You could add sound effects, like the real Jeopardy theme song. You could add a timer that counts down, and like when your timer has counted down, you can't answer the question anymore. Or you could add scores, like tracking scores. Yeah, there's all sorts of things you could add. You could add, yeah, I mean, I would probably add a score tracker, a timer, the card flipping thing. Make the styling better. Um, yeah, there's a tons of stuff you can do. Yeah, Final Jeopardy, Double Jeopardy. Those are additional features you could add. Have a Final Jeopardy clue at the very end with a time limit. Have certain random questions be Double Jeopardy, which means that people can wager money, extra money on them. Um, and Charlie says, what would you have to learn to make something like this playable with others online? You absolutely could. So what you would have to do there is you would have to build. So you would still be hitting the API to get your questions, but you would have to also build your own database to store things like user logins, um, and uh, like user scores and things like that to make that data available. So and then you would have to retrieve that data, to show other people. So it could be doable. You would just need to build your own backend in addition to also hitting the API. And you would also probably have to contact the person that wrote the API to get them to increase the rate limit for you, because you would hit it really quickly. Add in SNL stuff to supplement it. You could, yeah. You would have to just make your own database and have it hit both the API and your own database. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you could do here, and that's, I mean, I was thinking about all those things while I was building this. Oh, it'd be fun to have a score counter. Oh, it'd be fun to do all those things. But as you saw, it took us long enough to just get the basic thing working. So I try not to get too overboard on these stream projects. But yeah, there's a bunch of fun possibilities for this. Yeah, and it's probably illegal. Absolutely. You couldn't call it Jeopardy, that's for sure. And probably using like the Jeopardy questions would be problematic. Um, those are probably, I don't know. I don't know if they're copyrighted or what, but if you wanted to make any money off of this, that would, I think Viacom or Paramount or whatever would probably, hit you with a shovel. The shovel of legal, the lawyer shovel. I didn't sign no terms of service when I watched Jeopardy. Yep, as Kaput said, Socket.io plus Firebase plus Node.js equals real-time Jeopardy. Yep, you would if you've ever built a chat app, you've probably used Socket.io, and then the back end of your choice and Node, and yeah, there you go. Then you'd have real-time Jeopardy. But yeah, but you don't have to do that. It doesn't have to be multiplayer. Just with this version that we have here, there's a ton of cool features you could add, and you could even make it like locally multiplayer. You could have it just rotate between three players, um, and add the score to whoever's turn it is. Right? You could have three players at the same computer, and you wouldn't even need to store anything in a database. You could just have it be stored locally. Store scores locally in the browser, and have it swap between three players and have them click a button when they get the answer. Right? Click button, get the answer. That person gets to answer. If they get it right, they get the score. You could do stuff like that. I have not done a Socket.io project on my channel. I've thought about it. I thought it would be fun to build a chat app here on the channel, and I think we probably will at some point. Just build a you know, simple chat project and mess around with Socket.io. I think that's the most common starter project for that. Yeah, I've not done one here on stream though. Chat app with Chat GPT. Yeah, hey, a lot of folks are building chatbots um, using the API. Unfortunately, I timed out on my free API credits, so I got to pay for the API if I want to use it. Dr. Mono, oh, that's right. You said you had there was a person. You said your lab mate was a Jeopardy champion, but were they a butthole about it? Like, what was the deal? I don't generally open random YouTube links on stream just for various reasons. But if you, I'm sure that's a clip from Jeopardy if y'all want to watch it. That's him. Okay, wow. You know a Jeopardy champion. That's wild. He got excited that he won and he fist pumped. Is that not allowed on Jeopardy or what? That's funny. Jeopardy is kind of like a quote unquote old people show or whatever. Excessive celebration penalty. That reminds me of that Key and Peele sketch with the football players, and the guy like spikes the ball and then gets in trouble for it and keeps trying to push it even more as he goes. Yeah. Excessive celebration. The ref walks right up to him with the whistle in his mouth, and then he does like one more hip pump, and yeah, gets ejected from the game. I love that one. All right, let's do another round of Jeopardy. Let's see, I keep losing the. All right, there we go. So this is the server that's currently running. All right. Okay. Which category? Somebody. All right. Pick a category. You got to pick a category and a value, dollar value. Oh, good. I'm glad it's coming together for you back into balance. That's good. Okay. Disaster Digest. All right. Dollar value for 200. Okay. I'll take Disaster Digest for 200, Alex. I'll move it over here. A shaking of the Earth's surface caused by the rapid movement of the Earth's outer layer. Ooh, this one's easy. Come on. Terremoto. Earthquake. Yes. Got it. All right, okay, Celestial quotes for 200. According to a hit song, this age dawns when Jupiter aligns with Mars. I know this one too. Yes. What is the age of Aquarius? Correct. Oh, that's awesome, Jim Vick. Good to see you. Thank you, 40-year-old virgin. All right. What's next? What category do you want next? Hey Jim, so yeah, we just finished building a React app with a Jeopardy app with React, which was pretty fun. And it's using a really awesome Jeopardy API, which I love, called JService. Um, okay, I see Jack Nicholson for 600 first, and then after that we'll do give him a hand. All right, Jack Nicholson for 600. This actress co-starred with Jack in both Heartburn and Ironweed. Ooh, I don't know this one. Anybody know anybody a movie buff that knows this one? Oh heck. Oprah. No, somehow I don't think it's Oprah. This actress co-starred with Jack Nicholson in both Heartburn and Ironweed. I think that's time. I think time's up. Let's see what it is. Meryl Streep. Ooh, I overestimated my Jack abilities. Well, Jim, we were just talking about that as good next features to add. That's exactly what. That's funny. That's exactly what we just talked about. We're like the next features to add would be like player functionality with keeping scores in a database, and yeah, like adding the ability to play the game properly, right? I've seen none of these movies. Yeah, it feels very 80s Mavi, right? All right, I think the next one was Give Him a Hand for 400. Nickname of the Aces and Eights held by Wild Bill Hickok at the time of his murder in Deadwood, South Dakota. Okay, so it's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Oh, Dead Man's Hand. Okay, so Engineer Moore says, "What is the Dead Man's Hand?" You're right. Okay, there's another thing, the little correction that would need to be made. So you probably need to do some regex here in order to fix that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly, Jim. Absolutely. All right, next one. Look at that. Look. Yep, that's a little escape character there. Um, that's a little escape character just sneaking right in there, right? I'm gonna go for let's do celestial quotes for 400. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is. Oh, this one's easy. This one's easy. Yes, it's that's correct. What is the sun? Yep. Okay. Let's do Jack for 200. Christopher Lloyd and Danny DeVito played mental patients alongside Jack in this 1975 Oscar winner. Ooh, I know this. Got this one. Get 10 seconds and then I'm going to answer it. Yes. Coco something. Almost got it, Renitz. The answer is what is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Yes. There's another escape character. But we're handling italics. All right, let's do Jack Nicholson for 4. Jack appeared on this TV show twice, including the Opie Finds a Baby episode. Ooh, I think I know this one. Little Ron Howard playing Opie. Yeah, that's what I think it is. That's what I think too, engineer. Yep, I'm gonna say what is Andy Griffith show? What is Andy Griffith show? Yes. Yeah, I didn't know Jack Nicholson was on the Andy Griffith show though. The only reason I knew that was because of Opie, the character of Opie, played by a very young Ron Howard, the director Ron Howard. He used to be a child star on the Andy Griffith show. Yeah. What is Star Trek? Reasonable guess. He was so young on that show. I know he was so adorable. He was a little cute little kid. Okay, let's do Jack for 8. Jack played this role on the big screen. Cesar Romero played it on the small. This is an easy one. Come on. Okay, next we'll do that one, Trinae. Yeah. This was so. Why is this one an $800 clue? Like, for real. Come on. Jack played this role on the big screen. Cesar Romero played it on the small. Yes. Who is, I believe Mavi is right. I'm going to say, who is the Joker? Um, Cesar Romero played the Joker in the Adam West 1960s Batman series. And then, of course, Jack Nicholson played the Joker in the 1985 Batman with Keaton, Michael Keaton. Yeah, it's not an yeah, right. All right, and let's see. Trinae asked German cities 200. Okay, this capital's oldest church, older than the city itself, is the 800-year-old St. Nicholas Church. I am not good with German geography, so 89. Okay, I said 85, but yeah, 89. That sounds better. Ah, what is Berlin? Okay, we got Berlin and Munich, but Berlin seems to be the winner here, so we'll go for Berlin. Nice. Good job, guys. Yeah. All right, I want to give him a hand for 200. On February 1st, 1964, this song replaced Bobby Vinton's There I Said It Again at number one and stayed there for 7 weeks. Hmm. So it was a really popular song in 1964. I'm going to say Hold My Hand or something, but I really don't know. What is I Am Not That Old? Yeah, it's kind of my response. Let me call my mom real quick. Some of these questions are skewed a little bit toward like older people, but phone a friend. All right, I'm gonna say hold my hand. I'm just guessing. I want to hold your. Ow, dang it! I was thinking it was the Beatles, and but I couldn't remember what the song was called. Yeah, I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. Yep, it's good. It's a great song. I want to hold your hand. Okay, let's do Hail to the KC Chief. Oops. Okay. Oh man, it's football questions. I don't know football at all. This Hall of Fame ex Chief quarterback is actually much better known as a 49er quarterback. All right, football fans, go for it. By football, I mean American football. This is an American show after all. Okay, next we'll do that one, Trinae. Ooh, who is Joe Montana? Okay. Oops. How is Gamora? Why is Gamora? Yeah. Ah, good job, guys. Okay, next is going to be Celestial for 6. Doesn't even play. No clue. Um, Emerson wrote Hitch Your Wagon to This. Everyone always asks, who is Joe Montana, but not how is Joe Montana? Yes, I think you're right, Copper Lily. I do believe it is a star. Yes, what is a star? Yeah, that was easy. Another easy one. All right, let's do Celestial for 8. Jesse Jackson referred to the face of America as this kind of coalition. Celestial. Jesse Jackson referred to the face of America as this kind of coalition. Also, do keep in mind that we're not sorting by air date here, so some of these questions could be from like 1975 and, stuff that isn't. Okay, Nebula, Rainbow. Ooh, I bet you're right, Trinae. I bet you're right. It's a rainbow, probably. Yeah, good job, Trinae. You got it. Trinae got it. Yeah, absolutely. Way to go. All right, let's see what we got here. We'll do German cities for 4. In 1923, Hitler staged his beer hall putsch in this capital of Bavaria. Against once again, I don't know geography. So, what is the capital of Bavaria? Is it Munich? Okay, we'll go with that. Hey, good job, frankly. Nice. Trinae was in there just a little behind the wire, but you still got it. I'm sure we've got some Europeans in chat, so they're gonna be floored on the football questions, but probably much better on the geography questions. All right, let's do disaster digest. I'm gonna do disaster digest for 1,000. Oh, I think I know this one. They're hurricane type cyclones in the Western Pacific. So in the Western Pacific, what do we call hurricane type cyclones? Yeah, exactly. I think they are typhoons. Yeah. Ah, hey, Ian Douglas.
Ian Douglas 736 just rated with 15 viewers.
What's up? I like the boilerplate pun joke there. That's good stuff. We're playing Jeopardy, guys. We just built a Jeopardy app, and so we're playing it now because you can't just build an app and not play it. So we're playing Jeopardy. Feel free to join in. Um, let's do. So our categories are Jack Nicholson, Celestial Quotes, Hail to the KC Chief, which is football stuff. I don't know that. Give him a hand, German cities, and Disaster Digest. Okay, so feel free to suggest a category and a dollar amount if you want to take a crack at a clue. Because yeah, we just built this using React and Vite, and so we're just testing it by playing a game of Jeopardy. Hello, hey guys, how are y'all doing today? Thank you for the follow, Travel.
Traveled World 604 just followed.
All right, feel free to suggest a category and a clue. Otherwise, I'll pick one and y'all have to answer it. All right, let's do Disaster Digest for 4. It's the up to 300-mile-per-hour phenomenon seen here. Oh no, it's an API, so we don't have video, so we're going to have to guess. All right, and then next Trinae will do Hail 2 for 400 after that. I'm going to say tornado as well. Yeah, I believe what is tornado? Yay, good job, guys. Kaput says, you said Vite? I always thought it was Vate. Learn something every day. Oh, thank you for the follow, Chewy.
2420 just
Yes.
followed.
So I didn't know how to pronounce it either, as far as Vite, but on their website, they actually have a pronunciation guide, and they really, really, really want you to pronounce it as Vite. So, all right. So what was it? The next one was Hail to the Chief for 400. Okay. This Hall of Fame ex Chiefs quarterback now hosts Inside the NFL for HBO. I have no idea. Instead of making it sound like kite. Hey, maybe the developers are French. I don't know. It's a French pronunciation, so. Homer Simpson. What is sports? Great guesses, guys. Who is sports? Why is sports? Go sports ball. Yeah. No clue. I don't know either. So let's reveal this one. Oh, Trent Green. LN Media says Trent Green. Okay, I'm going to go for that. That was the first answer that made sense that we got. So, all right, Trent Green, locking it in. Who is Trent Green? Len Dawson. I have no idea who that is. Sporty McForce, sport face. All right, let's do Celestial Quotes for 1,000. It's a classic tune heard here. Sailing over a cardboard sea, but it wouldn't be make believe if you. We can't hear it, so there's no audio to guide us. But sailing over a cardboard sea, but it wouldn't be make believe if you believe. Maybe I don't know this one. If you something. Any other guesses? All right. Sun something. All right. Sun something it is. What is sun something? It's only a paper moon. Okay. It's only a paper moon, right? Yeah. What is jump in the lake with it? All All right, let's do Jack Nicholson for 1,000. So this category, for those who just joined us, there's a category called Jack Nicholson. So if you really like Jack Nicholson, Jack played a salty sailor, and Randy Quaid was his prisoner in this 1973 film. Ooh, all jacked up. Randy Quaid was his prisoner. Ah, I bet you're right, Kaputs. What is Popeye? Yeah. Did he play Popeye? I thought No, Robin Williams played Popeye. Yeah. I don't know. Any guesses? That was the year before. Yeah, some of these clues are really old. What is Jaws Zero? I was thinking Jaws 2, but I was like, that's not right. Jaws Origins. Yeah, exactly. And yep, that was Robin Williams. Yep. All right. The Last Detail. Okay, never heard of that movie. The $1,000 clues are pretty hard. Oh, engineer, you got it. Good job. Okay, only a few clues left. Let's narrow down the board here. All right, German cities, Europeans, where are you at? Let's do German cities for 600. In German, it's Köln. In English, this. So it's a city that's called Köln in German. All right, Europeans. Ah, Evil Ash coming in hot there. Cologne. Okay, good job, Evil. All right, what is Cologne? Yeah, corn. All right, let's do German cities for 8. Ah, there's no $800 clue. That was probably a daily double. Okay, Europe's second busiest port. It's said to have more bridges than Venice and Amsterdam combined. Europe's second busiest port. So it's going to be in Germany. Um, I don't know geography. It's sad. I'm an American. They don't teach us geography. We only learn about Big Macs and big trucks in school. We don't learn geography. Frankfurt? Yeah, I'm going to say Frankfurt, honestly. I know they have a big airport. Ooh, Hamburg? Okay. Got a few guesses here. Hamburg, Frankfurt, Travemünde? I don't know how to say that, sorry. Rotterdam. Ooh, that's a good guess. Okay, got a few guesses here. Let's see what it is. What is Hamburg? Wow, Renitz, you got it. Good job, Renitz. Apparently it's Hamburg. Yeah. Oh, I didn't click on that before. That's typhoons. Yeah. All right, let's do let's fill out the rest of this. I guess no, good job. That's the fun thing about Jeopardy is that sometimes the contestants literally guess and they get it right. So you got it right. Oh, what was the category in this? It says German cities. Oh, Hamburg. Okay, so Hamburg is in Germany, but the other two aren't. Okay, yeah, I don't know geography. You could have said they were in Germany. I didn't know. Oh, it's sad. Yeah, the data is older. Yeah, because we didn't filter by air date, so you could have questions in here from, 1980. So we still hamburgers from the Germans. I'm pretty sure they're still like they're one of those things that got called after a European place. And fries from the French. You remember when they were called freedom fries for a little bit? That was weird. I'm glad they're back to being French fries. I mean, they stayed delicious, but yeah, that was a weird time. Okay, let's do disaster for 6. Rain in the form of balls or lumps of clear ice more than 1/5 of an inch in diameter. Oh, come on. What? Yes, Evil Ash. Yes, I think you got it. It is what is most definitely hail. How is that a $600 question? Yes. All right, let's do 8. It's any swift movement of snow or ice down a mountainside or a slope, or a Colorado hockey team. I know this one. Yeah, Copper Lily. Click on quick on the draw there. I believe this is what is an avalanche. Yes. All right. Let's do give him a hand for 6. In this 1967 film, Paul Newman is sent to a prison chain gang for destroying parking meters. Oh, you know this one. Paul Newman is sent to a prison chain gang for destroying parking meters. And again, the category is give him a hand. So it's going to have hand in the answer. I think I'm going to know it once I see the answer, but it's not coming to me. Anybody else know it? Oh, what is Cool Hand Luke? Yes, Kaputs. You helped connect the dots. It's what is Cool Hand Luke? Yeah. Yep, Cool Hand Luke. That one. Yes. All right, let's do 8. Okay, Bible folks out there. In Matthew 27:24, he took water and washed his hands of the responsibility for Christ's crucifixion. So who is the he? He took water and washed his hands of the responsibility for Christ's crucifixion. Who's Peter, Paul, Matthew, John? I'm not sure on this one. Pontius Pilate? That's going to be my guess. I'm legitimately guessing. Yeah, I'm going to say Pontius Pilate, the Pope. But that's going to be my guess is Pilate. Hey, yes. Go team. All right, let's do hand for 1,000. In this book, Adam Smith created the economic principle of the invisible hand, a favorite of libertarians everywhere. Um, Adam Smith created the economic. I think we've all heard of the invisible hand, but what book was it actually created in? Pilot couldn't wait to see episode 2. You're killing me. What was the book though? Don't know the book because I know the principle. Kaput says I read that in some college class. I forget. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I'm not sure on this one. I know the principal. I know Adam Smith, but I don't know the book. All right. What is My Name is Ishmael? Wait, but that's not even a book. That's Moby Dick. Okay, let's see what it is. The Wealth of Nations. Oh, I've heard that before and I didn't remember it. Yes. All right, football fans, let's blitz this. Let's blitz the last 3 clues in this category. When he retired, this running back, a former Raider, was the second to Jerry Rice in career touchdowns with 145. Okay, football stats people. And this is, remember the category here is Hail to the KC Chief. So it has to do with something with Kansas City Chiefs. Um, so just to narrow it down a little bit. I thought Jerry Rice played baseball. We don't even know the right sport here. Any guesses? Luke Skywalker. All right, let's see who it is. Marcus Allen. Ooh, okay. All right, during Super Bowl 4, this head coach actually said, let's matriculate the ball down the field. Let us matriculate the ball down the field. Super Bowl 4, we're on like 150.
Just followed.
Oh, Danny Lyon, thank you for the follow. All right, let's see who it is. Hank Stram. That sounds like the kind of person that would say the word matriculate in a football situation. We're over 100. It's over 9,000. Sure, that guy. Yeah. When teams tried to run at this 6'7", 274-pound defensive lineman, the Bucs stopped there. Any guesses? I'm only going to give this one like 10 seconds. Yeah, this feels like an old category. Buck Buchanan. Yeah, that's a very like 60s name. Dave. Oh boy. All right. Who is coding with strangers? Yeah, they are a big, strong-looking dude. Absolutely. But they work in like a really like I don't know amazing medical field of like heart transplants, which is super wild. Also, if you're not following Coding with Strangers, please go follow Coding with Strangers because they are a very cool dude. Um, oh, he played pro football. I didn't know that. Man, that dude is so interesting. I'm gonna give them a quick shout out. Shout out Coding with Strangers. There you go. All right. Yeah, they're super cool. Give them a follow. They need more followers. All right. Well, thanks for the fun game of Jeopardy, folks. Ishmael. But yeah, the book's it wasn't called My Name is Ishmael though, right? It was just called Ishmael. Yeah. But yes, that was fun. I'm glad you had fun. That was the goal, right? I hope that you learned something about React and that you had fun building a Jeopardy game. And hey, if you want to build your own completely separate project off of this API, go ahead and do it. It's a great API. You can use it in a bunch of different ways. It's got a bunch of different clues. Um, Fun times are fun. Any other questions before we end for today? Any other questions? I've learned nothing about American football. Neither have I. I'm perfectly okay with that. Sports go sports. Once again, feel free if you want to use the repo, use the repo. I don't care. That's why it's up on GitHub. Build something with it. Add features to the app. Um, Make it multiplayer. If you do something really cool with it that you're proud of and you post it on Twitter, just tag me so I can see what you did because I like seeing the projects that people build um, with my projects. That's the fun part for me. So I hope y'all had a good time. Thank you once again. Thank you for everybody who gave me a sub today. That was amazing. Thank you. Thank you for all the follows. Um, Capiloli asked, "Do you currently have foster kittens?" I do. Yes, I have my same 5 foster kittens that I have had this whole time. Really, um, they're getting a little older now. They're eating on their own. I don't have to get up in the middle of the night anymore to feed them, which is nice. Yeah, they're doing good. Yep, 5 little kitties who do need names, coincidentally. So if you have enough channel points, feel free to spend them on a name if you want to name one. Yes. Yeah, Daniela. Yeah, they're really cute. I like them a lot. I fostered them for the Humane Society. So yeah, they need people to foster kittens. Most humane societies do. If you have a little extra space in your house, you can foster some kittens. Build a name picker. Renee says, what is it about streamers and foster kittens?" Yeah, I feel like people that foster animals are generally trying to get the word out about that, and so I think folks that do it tend to talk about it because they always need more fosters. There's never enough people to foster. So that cartoon kind of picture reminds me of Will Ferrell. Well, if you've never seen a picture of Alex Trebek, like back when he first started hosting Jeopardy, he had that like it was like the full like you know big mustache and like the curly hair and like yeah. So it's like it's that Will Ferrell look because it's literally like a 1970s like game show host newscaster guy. Like they all look like that. So this is a picture of him like back when he first started hosting Jeopardy. Looks like Paul Rudd, yeah. But yeah, this is literally like a vector image of Alex Trebek back in the 70s or whatever. Dandelion says, I'd be a foster fail and end up the crazy cat lady with like 10 plus cats. Yeah, it's hard to give them back, but I don't mind it. I've been doing it for several years. Um, what I really like is seeing them get adopted. That's the fun part. Yes, he did. Alex Trebek did pass away from cancer within the last couple of years here. But yeah, this is a great API. Once again, give show the creator some love on Twitter. Build something cool with it, right? Capitalist says, I adopted two fosters. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for adopting them. I always love seeing them get adopted. Yeah, and if you adopted, from a shelter, you probably, I mean, there's a good chance you ended up with a foster cat or kitten. Absolutely. Thank you for doing that. All right, so let's find somebody to raid, shall we? I'm sure we got some good folks online. We went a little later today, so we probably got some new folks that we can send some love to. Look up a raid target here. And who is on for us to raid? Hmm. I'm only seeing Team Vash. We just raided them not too long ago. Not that I don't mind rating them again, but does anybody have any other suggestions of folks who are in the software and game dev space that might be a fun new raid target? I'm only seeing one person on my regular list to raid, who we just raided not too long ago. So I'd love to hit up somebody new. If not, we will raid Vash. They're great, so it's all good. They're building like they're doing like game dev type stuff. Yeah, would love to kind of rate somebody in the software and game dev category because a lot of those folks have trouble picking up viewers. So we like to, send small streamers some. I mean, I'm a small streamer too, but like to send other folks who are in the category some love to help them get some views. We all just rate each other, and it helps out a little bit. Okay, yeah. If there's no more suggestions, that's fine. We can. I'm gonna look here real quick. Ooh, we got somebody building an NES jump game. Zorchenheimer. That sounds kind of fun. Let's see what they're up to. If they're building a game for the NES, then like, how are they doing that? All right, let's see if we can read them. Big if true, right? That sounds fun. Let's see what they're up to. All right, here we go. We're gonna read them. I'll see you all again here next weekend. I don't know what we're gonna be doing yet. Gonna be something fun though. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. I will, that's where I announce all the information about my streams, so you can know what we're gonna do next if you follow me on Twitter. Um, but yeah, I'll see you all next weekend. Raid is starting now. And here we go. Bye bye.